The air in Madame Evangeline's parlor was always thick with a cloying scent of frankincense and something faintly metallic, like old coins or dry blood. Tonight, it was heavier, suffocating. Elena Vance, socialite extraordinaire, shifted uncomfortably in the velvet armchair, her silk dress rustling like dry leaves. She wasn't one for mystics, usually preferring the quantifiable comfort of her investment portfolio, but desperation had a way of broadening horizons. "You seek answers, Mrs. Vance." Evangeline's voice was a low rasp, like gravel rolling down a hill. Her eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, seemed to pierce through Elena's carefully constructed facade of indifference. The fortune teller's hands, gnarled and adorned with heavy silver rings, shuffled a deck of tarot cards with an almost hypnotic rhythm. Elena swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. "I seek clarity, madame. There are matters concerning my family, my legacy, that feel unsettled." She tried to sound detached, but a tremor in her voice betrayed her. She was usually so composed, the queen of the charity gala circuit, the darling of the society pages. But lately, a chilling unease had settled in her bones, a premonition of betrayal she couldn't shake. Evangeline placed the deck on the small, round table between them, its surface etched with arcane symbols. The single flickering candle cast dancing shadows that elongated her hooked nose and sharp chin, making her look more like a predatory bird than a purveyor of fate. The cards know all. They speak of paths taken and paths yet to be forged. They also speak of hidden hands, Mrs. Vance, of secrets buried deep beneath polished surfaces. Elena's heart gave a sudden lurch. Evangeline hadn't even started the reading, yet she'd already touched on the core of Elena's fear. She leaned forward, the expensive perfume she wore clashing with the incense. "What do you see, then? Who are these hidden hands?" Evangeline didn't answer directly. Instead, she gestured for Elena to cut the deck. Elena, her fingers trembling slightly, complied, dividing the stiff cards into 3 piles. Evangeline then meticulously reassembled them and began to lay them out in a complex spread. The first card she turned over was the tower, its image of a lightning-struck edifice, a stark warning. "Ruin," Evangeline murmured, her gaze fixed on the card. "Sudden, unexpected destruction, foundations crumbling." Elena flinched. This was not the soothing balm she had hoped for. "Ruin, but my affairs are impeccable. My trust funds are secure, my investments diversified." "Not of money, Mrs. Vance, though that often follows. This speaks of the structure of your life, the edifice you have built. It is threatened from within." Evangeline's voice dropped to a near whisper as she turned the next card. It was the 10 of Swords, a figure lying prone, 10 swords piercing their back. Betrayal, the ultimate ending, stabbed in the back by those you trusted. A cold dread seeped into Elena's bones. This was too specific, too close to the whispers that had been plaguing her dreams. She thought of Julian, her dashing, slightly too eager nephew who managed her charitable foundation. She thought of Veronica, her longtime personal assistant, privy to every secret. She thought of even Marcus, her supposedly loyal lawyer who always had an opinion about her will. Who, Elena's voice was barely a croak, who would do such a thing? Evangeline's gaze was unsettlingly intense. She flipped the third card. It was the devil. Its depiction of chains and temptation seemed to leer at them from the table. Obsession, materialism, a binding, unhealthy influence. Someone close to you is driven by greed, Mrs. Vance. A dark shadow cast over your brightest connections. Elena's breath hitched. Greed, of course. It was always about the money, wasn't it? Her vast fortune, built on generations of shrewd investments, and her late husband's industrial empire, was a siren song for many. She had no direct heirs, only a sprawling network of distant relatives, ambitious associates, and opportunistic hangers-on. The reading continued, each card painting a darker, more intricate picture of deception and impending doom. The Five of Pentacles spoke of destitution and isolation, the Seven of Swords of deception and theft, the Hanged Man of sacrifice and a twisted perspective. Elena felt a growing terror, a certainty that her life was poised on the precipice of a terrible revelation. Finally, Evangeline laid down the last card. It was the Queen of Swords, a figure of sharp intellect and independence, but also of cold judgment and sorrow. "This is you, Mrs. Vance," Evangeline said, her voice flat. "A woman of power, but also of great sadness. Isolated, despite your many connections, you stand alone against this storm." Elena stared at the cards, a dizzying swirl of dark imagery. The Tower, the Ten of Swords, the Devil, her carefully curated life, a masterpiece of elegance and control, felt suddenly fragile, like spun glass. But what can I do? How can I stop this ruin and betrayal? Evangeline gathered the cards, her movements slow and deliberate. She did not shuffle them, but held them together, her eyes closed for a moment. When she opened them, there was a new glint, something almost frantic. "The path is set, Mrs. Vance, but choices remain. You must look closely at those closest to you. The masks are intricate, but they can be seen through. The truth often lies where you least expect it, or rather, where you least wish it to be." She paused, her fingers tightening around the deck. "There is one more card, Mrs. Vance, one that speaks of the key, but I cannot show it to you now. It is not ready." Elena frowned, confused. "Not ready? What does that mean?" Evangeline's gaze drifted to a small wooden box on a shelf behind her. "It is uncut, its story not yet formed, but it holds the secret, the final piece of the puzzle. When it reveals itself, the truth will be undeniable, but by then it may be too late to alter the path of the Tower." A shiver ran down Elena's spine, despite the stuffy heat of the parlor. The fortune teller's words were vague, yet terrifyingly precise. An uncut card, a secret, too late. She reached for her purse, her hand shaking slightly as she pulled out a thick wad of cash. "Thank you, madame. You have given me much to consider." Evangeline took the money with a swift, almost greedy motion, tucking it into a hidden pocket in her voluminous robes. Her eyes, however, were still fixed on Elena, an unreadable expression on her face. "Be careful, Mrs. Vance. The shadows are long, and they cling to those who shine brightest." Elena hurried out, the heavy, perfumed air of the parlor clinging to her clothes, feeling a profound sense of unease that the chill night air could not dissipate. The streets of the affluent Upper East Side were quiet, the elegant brownstones slumbering in the darkness. But for Elena, sleep would not come easily tonight. The images of the cards, especially the Ten of Swords and the Devil, were seared into her mind. And the phrase, "the secret of the uncut card," echoed ominously. She spent the next few days in a heightened state of alert, scrutinizing everyone around her. Julian, with his charming smiles and insistent suggestions about restructuring her foundation's investments. Veronica, whose quiet efficiency now seemed tinged with an unnerving watchfulness. Even Marcus, her staid lawyer, whose overly cautious advice suddenly felt manipulative. The fear gnawed at her, eroding her usual confidence. She began to check her financial statements with obsessive detail, reviewed her will again, and even considered installing new security systems in her opulent penthouse. But the threat, as Evangeline had implied, felt internal, a serpent coiled within her own trusted circle. 2 weeks later, Elena Vance was found dead in her penthouse apartment. The scene was, by all accounts, pristine. The doorman had let in her housekeeper, Mrs. Gable, who discovered the body. Elena was in her luxurious bedroom, sprawled on the silk sheets of her four-poster bed, an empty bottle of prescription painkillers on the nightstand. A half-finished glass of water sat beside it. The initial assessment from the paramedics and responding officers was quick: an accidental overdose. A woman of a certain age, under stress, perhaps a little too careless with her medications. The world of the wealthy often had its quiet tragedies, hushed up and quickly forgotten. The medical examiner's report confirmed it: a lethal dose of oxycodone. Case closed. Another sad story of a socialite who couldn't handle the pressure, or perhaps simply made a mistake. But Detective Leo Maxwell wasn't buying it. Leo was a man of quiet observations and an irritatingly persistent gut feeling. He'd seen enough accidental overdoses in his 20 years on the force to know that sometimes they were anything but, especially when the deceased was as meticulous and outwardly composed as Elena Vance. She was known for her strict control over everything, including her medication. "This doesn't feel right, Miller," Leo said to his partner, Detective Sarah Miller, as they stood in Elena Vance's expansive, art-filled living room a week after the initial investigation had been wound down. He pulled some strings, citing a hunch and the victim's high profile, to get a second look at the crime scene. Sarah, a sharp, no-nonsense detective with an encyclopedic memory for case files, was already flipping through the preliminary reports. "Lab results are clear, Leo. Oxycodone in her system. No signs of struggle. No forced entry. Every alarm and camera system was fully operational." "Exactly," Leo countered, running a hand through his slightly thinning hair. "No forced entry, meaning whoever was here, if anyone, was invited. And Elena Vance wasn't the type to invite just anyone over for a late-night chat and a pill party." He walked over to a glass display case filled with ancient artifacts. "She was precise, fastidious. Look at this place. Not a single thing out of place, except for this." He gestured to a small, ornate side table next to the velvet armchair, where Elena presumably had her last private reading with Madame Evangeline. The table held a single, unopened tarot card. It lay face down, a stark rectangle of glossy paper against the polished wood. It wasn't part of any decorative arrangement. It looked like it had been left there intentionally. Sarah's eyebrows rose. "A tarot card in a socialite's house, that's unusual." "Very," Leo agreed, carefully picking up the card with gloved hands. He flipped it over. It was a blank card, untouched, uncut. Its surface was smooth, not yet imprinted with any image or number. It looked factory fresh, as if it had never been part of a deck, never seen the inside of a fortune teller's hands. "What the hell is that?" Sarah asked, leaning closer. "A blank card, like an extra or something." "It's not an extra, Miller. It's what Madame Evangeline called the uncut card, the one that holds the secret." Leo's voice was low, thoughtful. He remembered the brief mention of the fortune teller in Elena's sparse contacts list. He dismissed it initially, just another eccentricity of the rich. But now it clicked. He remembered a fleeting detail from the initial scene photos, something the uniform hadn't logged. A small, almost imperceptible smudge on the card. He carefully turned it over again. On the back, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it, was a faint, almost transparent fingerprint. Not Elena Vance S. A chill ran down Leo's spine. This wasn't an accidental overdose. This was a message, a carefully placed clue, and someone had left it there. Someone who wanted them to know that Elena Vance's fate was not a mistake, but a meticulously planned betrayal from within her inner circle. The game, it seemed, was just beginning. "Miller, get this card to forensics immediately," Leo commanded, his voice tight with a newfound urgency. "And tell them I want a rush on that print, every database, criminal, civilian, anything they've got." Sarah, usually unflappable, looked at the blank card with a mix of intrigue and unease. A blank card, Leo. What could it even mean? "It means someone is playing a very dangerous game," Leo replied, his gaze sweeping the opulent living room as if seeing it for the first time through a new lens. "And they want us to know it." He watched Sarah carefully place the card into an evidence bag, her movements precise. "And while you're at it, track down this Madame Evangeline from Vance's contact list. Get her address. We're paying her a visit." The fortune teller's name, once just an oddity, now pulsed with significance. Leo had initially dismissed the idea of consulting a mystic as frivolous, an indulgence of the wealthy, but the card, an almost taunting symbol, had changed everything. Someone had gone to great lengths to leave this specific clue, a direct callback to Elena's consultation. This wasn't just a random death anymore. It was a deliberate act, executed by someone who knew Elena's fears and used them as part of their twisted narrative. The fingerprint analysis came back surprisingly fast, a testament to Leo's insistence and the high-profile nature of the case. The print didn't match anyone in Elena Vance's household staff, nor any known associates in law enforcement databases. It was a partial but distinct print of a middle-aged woman, hinting at fine lines in the skin. The lack of a match, rather than being a dead end, fueled Leo's suspicion. This person was either not in the system, or they were extremely careful. Later that afternoon, Leo and Sarah found themselves standing before a narrow brownstone in a less fashionable part of the city, its windows obscured by heavy, drawn velvet curtains. A brass plate next to the door, tarnished with age, read Madame Evangeline, seer of fortunes. The scent of incense, even through the closed door, was surprisingly potent. Sarah raised an eyebrow. "This is a far cry from Elena Vance's penthouse, Leo." "Different clientele, different services," Leo muttered, pressing the doorbell. The chime was faint, almost swallowed by the heavy silence of the street. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Madame Evangeline herself. Her eyes, magnified by her thick spectacles, were as piercing as Elena had described. She looked older, more drawn, than Leo had pictured from Elena's brief description. The air around her was, as Elena had noted, thick with frankincense and that faint metallic tang. "Detectives," Evangeline's voice was a low rasp, gravelly and tired. She hadn't even asked who they were, as if she had been expecting them. "I assume this concerns Mrs. Vance." Leo didn't waste time with pleasantries. "It does, Madame. May we come in?" She stepped back, allowing them into the dim, heavily curtained parlor. The room was even more suffocating than Alina had perceived, packed with esoteric objects, crystals, and statuettes. The small, round table where Alina had her reading still bore faint, etched symbols. A single candle flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. "Please sit," Evangeline gestured to the same velvet armchairs Alina had occupied. "I knew you would come. The cards, they foretold of an investigation, a reckoning." Sarah, ever the pragmatist, cut to the chase. "Madame, Elena Vance died 2 weeks ago. Officially, an accidental overdose of prescription painkillers." Evangeline snorted, a dry, humorless sound. Accidental? There was nothing accidental about it, not for Elena Vance. She was a woman of precise habits, meticulous in every aspect of her life. She feared betrayal, not an accidental slip. Leo leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the fortune teller. "She came to you for a reading. Can you tell us what you told her?" Evangeline's gnarled hands, heavy with silver rings, began to rub together, creating a faint scratching sound. She sought clarity, as all do who come here. She felt an unease, a premonition of treachery regarding her family and legacy. "I saw ruin, betrayal, and a dark shadow of greed clinging to those closest to her." Sarah scribbled notes. "Can you be more specific? Did she mention anyone by name?" Evangeline shook her head slowly. "Not explicitly. She spoke of her nephew Julian, her assistant Veronica, her lawyer Marcus, but only in terms of her general circle. The cards, however, painted a clearer picture. The Tower for destruction, the Ten of Swords for betrayal by trusted hands, the Devil for obsession and greed, all leading to isolation, theft, and a twisted perspective." Leo pulled a small evidence photograph from his jacket and placed it on the table. It was a close-up of the uncut card. "Did you leave this at her apartment, Madame?" Evangeline's eyes widened slightly behind her spectacles. She picked up the photo, her fingers tracing the blank surface. "The uncut card," she whispered almost to herself. "No, I did not leave this. I told her of it, yes, that it held the key, the final piece of the puzzle, but that its story was not yet formed, that it was not ready." She looked up, her gaze unsettlingly direct. "Someone else left this, someone who understood the message. Someone who wanted to send a message." "A message about what?" Sarah pressed. "That the truth was revealed," Evangeline said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "That the puzzle was complete, but by then it would be too late to alter the path of the tower, just as I warned her." Leo's mind raced. The uncut card left at the scene was a deliberate taunt, a signature from the killer, and the partial fingerprint they found on it, it belonged to the person who left the card. This was personal, calculated, and terrifyingly precise. "Did Mrs. Vance seem particularly worried about any one person after your reading?" Leo asked. Evangeline closed her eyes for a moment, her face creasing with thought. She was worried about them all in a way. Her empire was vast, her fortune immense. She had no direct heirs. Many wolves circled her, detectives, many with hungry eyes. She opened her eyes, fixing them on Leo. But she seemed particularly vexed by her nephew Julian. He was very insistent about her foundation's investments, pushing for changes she was wary of, and her assistant, Veronica. Elena often spoke of Veronica's unwavering loyalty, almost defensively, as if trying to convince herself. "And Marcus, the lawyer?" Sarah asked. "Marcus was predictable," Evangeline mused. "He was concerned with the legality of things, the will, the trusts. But his concern, Elena felt, was sometimes too zealous, too focused on the right distribution of assets, as if he had a vested interest. Leo felt a surge of adrenaline. This was what he needed, not just vague prophecies, but actual targets. "Thank you, madame. You've been very helpful." As they stood to leave, Evangeline's voice stopped them. "Be careful, detectives. The shadows are long and they cling to those who shine brightest. And this killer, they are clever. They hide in plain sight." Exiting the parlor, the mundane reality of the city streets felt strangely muted after the heavy atmosphere of Evangeline's abode. The scent of incense still clung to them. "She knew," Sarah said, shaking her head. "She actually knew. It's creepy." "Creepy or a good memory of a concerned client's ramblings," Leo countered, though a part of him felt the unsettling chill Evangeline exuded. "Either way, she's given us 3 names to start with: Julian Vance, Veronica Hayes, and Marcus Thorne." Back at the precinct, Leo and Sarah began to build their case, starting with the 3 individuals Evangeline had named. Julian Vance was Elena's only surviving nephew, a man in his late 30s with a polished demeanor and an MBA from an Ivy League university. He managed Elena's charitable foundation, a significant operation with assets in the tens of millions. Their first interview was with Julian. They met him in a tastefully decorated conference room at the foundation's offices, located in a gleaming midtown skyscraper. Julian was impeccably dressed, his dark suit perfectly tailored, his hair slicked back. He had a practiced smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Detectives," Julian said, extending a hand to Leo, then Sarah. His grip was firm, confident. "This is all still such a shock. Aunt Elena, she was an institution. It's hard to imagine her gone." His voice was smooth, cultured, but Leo detected a faint undercurrent of something. Not grief exactly, more like controlled exasperation. "We understand this is a difficult time, Mr. Vance," Leo began. "We're just trying to get a clearer picture of Elena's final weeks. Her death has been ruled an accidental overdose, but we are conducting a follow-up." Julian's smile faltered slightly. "An overdose? Yes, the police said. It was tragic. She had been under a lot of stress lately, you know. Managing the foundation, her personal investments, her health, it was a lot." "What kind of stress, Mr. Vance?" Sarah asked, her pen poised over her notepad. Julian sighed, running a hand through his perfect hair. "Financial mostly. The market has been volatile. Aunt Elena was old school. She hated taking risks. I, on the other hand, believe in strategic diversification, especially for a foundation of this size. We discussed it often. She was quite resistant to my suggestions to reallocate some of the older, less profitable assets." "Suggestions to reallocate?" Leo pressed. "Could you elaborate?" "Simply modernizing the portfolio," Julian explained, leaning back in his chair, a picture of calm confidence. "Moving from sluggish real estate holdings to more dynamic tech investments. It would have significantly increased the foundation's yield, allowing us to do so much more good." "And Elena didn't agree?" Sarah asked. "She was hesitant," Julian admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. "She was set in her ways. She saw my proposals as reckless. It was a point of contention, yes, but nothing that would lead to this." He gestured vaguely, encompassing Elena's death. "How much would these changes have benefited you personally, Mr. Vance?" Leo asked, his gaze unwavering. Julian blinked, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he recomposed himself. Detectives, my salary is fixed. Any increase in the foundation's assets would simply mean more funds for its charitable endeavors. My personal compensation is not tied to the foundation's performance in that way. And what about Alina's personal fortune? Sarah interjected. She had no direct heirs. You stood to inherit a significant portion, correct? Julian's composure cracked a little further. Aunt Alina's will is a complex document, detectives. She was very particular. There are many beneficiaries, several charities, and a trust for the upkeep of certain family estates. Yes, I am a beneficiary, along with many other distant relatives, but her personal assets are separate from the foundation, and any inheritance is a long way off, tied up in probate. Where were you on the night of Alina's death, Mr. Vance? Leo asked, moving to the direct question. Julian didn't hesitate. I was at home in my apartment. I had a late dinner with my girlfriend, Chloe. We watched a movie, she can confirm. And you didn't go to Alina's penthouse? No, why would I? I spoke to her earlier that day about a new initiative for the foundation. Everything seemed normal. Leo studied him, trying to discern the truth behind the smooth facade. Julian was too perfect, too rehearsed. The undercurrent of frustration over Alina's financial conservatism was clear, and his inheritance, no matter how long off, was a powerful motive. Next, they interviewed Veronica Hayes, Alina's longtime personal assistant. Veronica was in her late 50s, with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore sensible clothes and carried herself with an air of quiet efficiency. They met her in Alina's penthouse, where she was still overseeing the initial sorting of Alina's personal effects, a task she had taken on with a somber dedication. Unlike Julian, Veronica seemed genuinely distraught. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice trembled slightly when she spoke of Alina. Mrs. Vance she was everything to me, Veronica said, clutching a silk scarf Alina had once worn. I'd been with her for 20 years. She was more than an employer, she was family. We understand this is difficult, Ms. Hayes, Leo said gently. We're just trying to understand the circumstances of her death. Was she under a lot of stress recently? Veronica nodded, her gaze distant. Immensely. The past few weeks especially. She'd always been a worrier, but after a visit to that fortune teller, Madame Evangeline, she became almost paranoid. She was checking her accounts obsessively, questioning everyone. Did she mention what the fortune teller told her? Sarah asked. Only snippets, Veronica replied, wringing the scarf in her hands. She spoke of betrayal, of hidden hands. She was convinced someone close to her was trying to ruin her, to steal from her. She even mentioned you, Detective Maxwell, for a moment, saying she would call the police, but then she just laughed it off as melodrama. Leo felt a prickle of unease. Alina had been more frightened than she let on, even to him. Did she suspect anyone specifically? Leo pressed. Veronica hesitated. She kept it vague, mostly, but she was very concerned about Julian's financial suggestions. She thought he was too aggressive, too hungry for control, and she was constantly reviewing her will, always discussing changes with Marcus. What about you, Ms. Hayes? Sarah asked. Did Alina ever suspect you of anything? Veronica looked genuinely hurt. Me, never. I was her most loyal confidant. I managed her schedule, her household, her personal finances. I knew everything. Why would she ever suspect me? Her voice rose slightly. I had nothing to gain from her death, only to lose a job I loved and a friend I cherished. Did she include you in her will? Leo asked. Veronica looked down. A small annuity, enough to ensure my comfort in retirement, but nothing compared to what Julian or the charities are set to inherit. Mrs. Vance always took care of her staff. It was her way. Where were you on the night of Alina's death? Sarah asked. I was at home alone, Veronica said, her voice now firm. I had a terrible headache and went to bed early. I live alone, so there's no one to corroborate it. Leo watched her closely. Her grief seemed genuine, but her alibi was weak. And her intimate knowledge of Alina's affairs, her access to everything, made her a prime candidate for a killer hiding in plain sight. She had full access to the penthouse, to Alina's medications. She could have easily orchestrated the overdose, making it look accidental. Finally, they arranged to meet Marcus Thorne, Alina's lawyer, at his firm's stately offices downtown. Marcus was an older man, portly and balding, with a professorial air. He spoke in carefully measured tones, each word chosen with precision. Alina's death is a profound loss, Marcus stated, adjusting his spectacles. She was a pillar of the community and a demanding, yet ultimately fair, client. Mr. Thorne, you handled Alina Vance's will and her various trusts, Leo began. Can you tell us about the current state of her estate? Her estate is substantial, Marcus replied, picking up a pen and twirling it between his fingers. She had a robust trust in place for the foundation, several smaller trusts for specific philanthropic causes, and then her personal fortune, which is to be divided among several beneficiaries, including Julian Vance and a number of distant relatives. Veronica Hayes, her longtime assistant, was granted a generous annuity, as per Alina's wishes. Did Alina ever express concerns about anyone trying to tamper with her will or otherwise defraud her? Sarah asked. Marcus paused, his gaze drifting to the window. Alina was a very cautious woman. She reviewed her will frequently, making minor adjustments. She was always concerned about the integrity of her legacy. Lately, she had been expressing some unease about Julian's suggestions for the foundation's investments. She felt he was too eager to dismantle established holdings, to shift towards riskier ventures. She even wondered if his motives were entirely pure, though she never explicitly accused him of anything. And what about Veronica Hayes? Leo asked. Veronica was Alina's shadow, Marcus said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Utterly devoted. I never heard Alina express a single doubt about Veronica's loyalty. What about your role, Mr. Thorne? Sarah inquired. Did Alina ever question your advice? Marcus met her gaze directly. Alina valued my legal counsel. I always advised her in her best interest. My fees were substantial, but ethical. There was never any question of impropriety on my part. Where were you the night Alina died? Leo asked. I was at my country house in Connecticut, Marcus replied without hesitation. My wife and I went up for the weekend. We can provide receipts for dinner and gasoline if needed. His alibi, unlike Veronica's, seemed solid. As the interview concluded, Leo felt a sense of growing frustration. Each suspect had plausible motives and weak points, but no definitive evidence. Julian's hunger for financial control, Veronica's weak alibi and intimate access, Marcus's potentially too zealous advice on the will. The picture was still too blurry. Back at the precinct, Leo paced their small shared office. It's too clean, Miller. Julian has a motive and an alibi. Veronica has a motive and no alibi. Marcus has a motive and an alibi. It feels like someone carefully considered how to cover their tracks. The fingerprint on the uncut card is our best bet, Sarah said, reviewing the initial report again. A partial print belonging to a woman. That narrows it down a bit, to Veronica potentially, or perhaps even Madame Evangeline herself, if she had somehow managed to procure the card beforehand and plant it. Evangeline denied it, Leo mused, and she seemed genuinely surprised by the photo, but she's a mystic, not exactly a reliable witness. He frowned. Let's re-examine the crime scene photos, every single detail. Look for anything that feels out of place, no matter how small. Something the initial team might have overlooked because they weren't looking for foul play. They spent hours poring over the high-resolution images of Elena Vance's penthouse. The bedroom, the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen. Each artifact, each piece of furniture, each perfectly arranged book. The image of the empty oxycodone bottle and the half-finished glass of water on the nightstand was particularly stark. Wait, Sarah said, zooming in on the nightstand photo. Look at this, Leo. She pointed to the glass of water. It was a delicate crystal glass, partially filled with water. But what caught their attention was the subtle condensation ring it had left on the polished wood surface of the nightstand. What about it? Leo asked, squinting. The glass, Sarah explained. It's a standard size, but the amount of water in it, it's less than half full. If Elena was taking a lethal dose of pills, she would likely have needed more water to swallow them all, or at least she would have finished the glass. Leo zoomed in further. You're right, it's a small detail, but it doesn't quite fit. She was fastidious, meticulous, as Evangeline said. She wouldn't leave a half-finished drink like that, especially after taking medication. And the pill bottle, Sarah continued, pointing to the empty oxycodone container. It's empty, yes, but the cap is screwed on tightly. If she was in distress or in a hurry to take so many pills, would she have bothered to screw the cap back on that precisely? Leo felt a jolt. These were precisely the kind of subtle inconsistencies he was looking for. The initial assessment, blinded by the accidental overdose narrative, had missed them. Get the medical examiner on the phone again, Miller, Leo said, his voice now laced with renewed determination. I want to know if there's any asterisk possibility that Elena Vance could have been incapacitated before the pills were administered. And I want to know exactly how much water would be needed to swallow that many oxycodone tablets. What if she was forced or unconscious and the pills were poured down her throat with minimal liquid? Sarah was already dialing. And what about the fingerprint on the card? If the medical examiner finds any evidence to support foul play, then that fingerprint becomes our primary lead, Leo stated. A partial print belonging to a woman, and we have two women so far who had access and motive, Veronica Hayes and Madame Evangeline, though Evangeline seems less likely to have been present at the scene. The medical examiner, Dr. Aris Thorne, no relation to Marcus, was a thorough professional. He agreed to re-evaluate his findings, focusing on the possibility of incapacitation. A few hours later, his call came through. Maxwell, Dr. Thorne's voice was grave. you might be onto something. We found trace amounts of a sedative midazolam in Elena Vance's system. It was a very small dose, not lethal on its own, but enough to cause drowsiness, disorientation, and make her extremely compliant. She wouldn't have been able to resist taking the pills or even be fully aware of what was happening. Leo's heart pounded, so she was drugged. It appears so, Dr. Thorne confirmed. The midazolam was administered orally, likely mixed into a drink. It would have worked quickly. She would have been conscious enough to ingest the pills, but completely under the perpetrator's influence. And the amount of water in the glass would be consistent with someone else administering the pills, forcing them down, or dissolving them. Is midazolam something she would have been prescribed? Leo asked. It's a powerful sedative, often used pre-surgery or for severe anxiety. It's not a common prescription for someone like Elena Vance, who relied on milder sleep aids or minor tranquilizers for stress. And we found no record of a prescription for midazolam in her medical history. So someone else introduced that drug into her system, Leo concluded, his voice grim, and then forced her to take the oxycodone or administered it to her while she was sedated. This was murder, Dr. Thorne, not an accident. I'll amend the report immediately, Detective, Dr. Thorne said. Cause of death, acute oxycodone intoxication, administered while under the influence of midazolam. Manner of death, homicide. Leo hung up the phone, a cold satisfaction settling in his stomach. He'd been right. Elena Vance had been murdered, and the killer was cunning, having used Elena's own medications and a subtle sedative to create a perfect illusion of accidental death. Homicide, Leo stated, turning to Sarah. And we know she was sedated first. That midazolam changes everything. It means someone brought that drug in, someone who had access to it and knew how to administer it without arousing suspicion. Sarah's eyes gleamed with a predatory focus. And we have a partial female fingerprint on that uncut card. A print that, if it belongs to Veronica Hayes, would place her at the scene and link her directly to the murder. Or Madame Evangeline, Leo countered, though his gut told him Evangeline was a prophet, not a perpetrator. Let's get that fingerprint report back. Now that we have a confirmed homicide, they'll prioritize it even more. The precinct buzzed with renewed energy. The Elena Vance case, initially closed as an accidental overdose, was now a full-blown murder investigation, sending ripples through the city's elite. News outlets, initially content with a quiet tragedy, were now clamoring for details. The fingerprint report finally came in late that evening. Leo ripped open the envelope, his eyes scanning the technical jargon for the crucial match. Well, Sarah asked, leaning over his shoulder. No match in AFIS, national or state, Leo read aloud, but a strong match to a partial print found at a crime scene 5 years ago, a burglary in a pharmaceutical warehouse in Queens. The perp was never identified, and there's a partial match to a similar print found on a discarded syringe at a defunct veterinary clinic, also in Queens, 2 years ago. Leo looked up, a frown creasing his brow. A pharmaceutical warehouse burglary, a vet clinic. This is Veronica, and it's certainly not Madame Evangeline. So our killer isn't just a social climber or a greedy relative, Sarah mused. They have a criminal history related to acquiring drugs. That midazolam, perhaps it wasn't some fancy doctor's prescription. Perhaps it was stolen. And it's a female print, Leo added, tapping the report. Someone who knows how to get their hands on controlled substances. Someone who's operated in the shadows before. This new information threw a wrench into their initial suspect pool. Julian, Veronica, and Marcus were all legitimate figures in high society. None of them fit the profile of a pharmaceutical burglar. So we have a killer who operates on two levels, Sarah summarized. One, a sophisticated individual capable of sedating a victim and staging an overdose to look accidental. Two, someone with a background in illicit drug acquisition and a previously unmatched fingerprint. It's a strange combination. Leo ran a hand through his hair. Or there are two people involved, the one who staged the murder and the one who provided the midazolam and left the uncut card, an accomplice. That would be even more complex, Sarah said, her brow furrowed. But it makes sense. The cunning, intellectual killer who knew Elena's fears and the fortune teller's prophecy, and a street-smart accomplice who could get the drugs and leave a calling card with a distinct criminal history. Leo picked up the evidence photo of the uncut card again. The blank surface, the faint smudge of the partial fingerprint. This card isn't just a taunt, Miller, it's a signature, and it speaks volumes about the killer's mindset. But who would this person be? Sarah pondered. Someone from Elena's circle with a hidden past, or someone completely outside her immediate world, recruited for the job. Leo thought back to Elena's life, her vast fortune, the many wolves Evangeline had described, not just the obvious ones. He also thought of the nature of the uncut card, a promise of a future yet to be written. The killer had left it, knowing its significance. This wasn't just a message to the police. It was a message to Elena, a final, cruel twist of the knife. Let's go back to the source of the uncut card, if we can, Leo decided. Where would someone get a blank tarot card, factory fresh like that? It's not something you just buy at a corner store. Their search led them to a small, independent occult bookstore and supply shop in the West Village. The proprietor, a young woman with bright purple hair and several facial piercings, recognized the image of the blank card immediately. "Oh yeah, those are from the Celestial Mysteries deck," she said, examining the photo. "They're actually quite rare. The artist who designed them, a real old-school mystic named Isadora Thorne, she's known for including an uncut card in each deck. It's meant for the owner to infuse with their own energy, to create their own destiny card, if you will. A blank slate. They're usually sealed within the deck, not sold separately." Isadora Thorne, the name was familiar. Isadora Thorne, Leo asked, a sudden thought striking him. Any relation to Marcus Thorne, the lawyer? The proprietor blinked. "Oh yeah, she's his sister, actually. Quite the family, huh? One in corporate law, the other in, well, this." She gestured around her shop. "She's the one who supplied us with these decks. She designed them, printed them herself for a while, before she moved on to other mystical endeavors." Leo felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Marcus Thorne had a solid alibi, but his sister, Isadora Thorne, a mystic who designed tarot decks, including the unique uncut card. Could this be the hidden hand, the one Evangeline had spoken of? And if so, how did she connect to Marcus and to Elena Vance? The plot, already complex, had just twisted into a labyrinth. The uncut card was no longer just a taunt. It was a link, direct and undeniable, to someone with an intimate knowledge of tarot and a direct familial connection to one of their primary suspects. This case was far from over. In fact, it had just begun to unravel the deepest, most dangerous secrets of Elena Vance's opulent world. The name Isadora Thorne hung in the air, a silken thread weaving together disparate elements of the case. The tarot cards, the legal maneuvers surrounding Elena's will, and the very unique clue left at the murder scene. Leo felt a familiar prickle of intuition, a deep-seated conviction that they were finally closing in on the truth, or at least the person who understood it best. Marcus Thorne's sister, Leo murmured, almost to himself, a mystic who designs these specific decks, the blank, uncut card, her signature in a way. Sarah's eyes gleamed with a fresh surge of adrenaline. It's too much of a coincidence, Leo. The card, the name, the connection to Marcus, who just happens to be Elena's lawyer and beneficiary. This changes everything. It certainly complicates Marcus's alibi, Leo agreed. He was in Connecticut, but if his sister is involved, perhaps he's not as clean as he seems, or perhaps she acted on his behalf, or even independently, using his knowledge. They left the occult bookstore with a new sense of purpose. The proprietor, now intrigued by their questions, had given them a general address for Isadora Thorne, a small studio and apartment rumored to be in a quiet, artistic pocket of Greenwich Village. The village was a maze of cobbled streets and eclectic storefronts, a stark contrast to the sterile towers of Midtown or the stately brownstones of the Upper East Side. Isadora Thorne's building was a four-story walk-up, its facade adorned with vibrant, slightly faded murals. The air here smelled of coffee, old books, and something vaguely herbaceous, like dried flowers and spices. The apartment buzzer for Isadora Thorne rang for a long moment before a scratchy voice answered. "Who is it?" "Detectives Maxwell and Miller, NYPD. We are here to speak with Isadora Thorne." Leo kept his voice calm and authoritative. There was a moment of silence, then a click, and the old-fashioned heavy door buzzed open. They ascended a narrow, creaking staircase, the walls lined with more faded murals depicting celestial bodies and fantastical creatures. Isadora Thorne opened her apartment door just as they reached the landing. She was a striking woman in her late 50s, with a wild mane of silver-streaked dark hair pulled back haphazardly with a colorful silk scarf. Her eyes, a brilliant, piercing blue, seemed to assess them in an instant. She wore a flowing tunic of dark purple, embroidered with silver threads, and numerous rings adorned her slender fingers, some silver, some with large, unpolished stones. She exuded an aura of calm, yet sharp intelligence. She looked nothing like her staid, corporate lawyer brother. "Detectives," she said, her voice surprisingly soft and melodic, unlike Madame Evangeline's rasp. "I had a feeling you might come. The energies around Elena Vance have been turbulent, to say the least." She stepped back, inviting them into a living space that was a riot of color, art, and an almost overpowering scent of sage and sandalwood. Bookshelves lined every wall, overflowing with texts on mythology, art, philosophy, and of course, divination. Intricate tapestries hung from the ceiling, and a large, round table in the center of the room was covered with what appeared to be dozens of tarot decks, all in various stages of completion. "Ms. Thorne, we're investigating the death of Elena Vance," Leo began, surveying the room. "We understand you designed the Celestial Mysteries tarot deck." Isadora nodded, her blue eyes fixed on Leo. "Indeed, it was a project of passion several years ago, I'm quite proud of it. And that deck includes a unique, uncut card, Sarah added. Isadora smiled faintly. Yes, a blank card meant for the seeker to imbue with their own meaning, their own destiny, a symbol of choice and the unwritten future. It's a very personal touch for those who truly understand the craft. Leo pulled out the evidence photograph of the blank card found at Elena's penthouse. This card was found at Elena Vance's apartment next to her bed after she died. We believe it was left there by the person responsible for her death. Isadora took the photo, her smile fading. She held it delicately, her gaze intense. This is one of mine, certainly, but I didn't leave it there. I haven't seen Elena Vance in years. Not since a small charitable event she hosted where I was hired to do readings. Do you recognize the fingerprint on the back of the card, Ms. Thorne? Leo asked, his voice even. She turned the photo over, examining the faint smudge. Her brows furrowed slightly. No, that is not my print, and it's not Elena's either, I would imagine. She looked up, her blue eyes now serious. So someone stole one of my unique cards or acquired it and used it as a macabre calling card. Fascinatingly cruel. Ms. Thorne, your brother, Marcus Thorne, was Elena Vance's lawyer, Sarah stated, watching Isadora's reaction closely. Isadora's expression softened, a hint of melancholy entering her eyes. Ah, Marcus, my pragmatic brother. Yes, he handled all of Elena's legal affairs, her vast empire. He tried to get me to invest in stocks once. We are very different. Did your brother ever express concerns about Elena Vance, her will, or anyone in her circle? Leo asked. Isadora sighed, walking over to a small, cluttered workbench where various art supplies lay scattered. Marcus is a man of details and legalities. He rarely speaks of his clients outside of professional terms. But Elena Vance was a significant figure even in his life. I remember him expressing frustration sometimes about the complexity of her trusts, the numerous beneficiaries, and her constant desire to amend her will. He said she was a worrier, always concerned about her legacy being misused or her fortune being siphoned off by opportunists. Did he ever mention Julian Vance, her nephew, or Veronica Hayes, her assistant? Sarah asked. Julian, yes, Isadora mused, picking up a paint-encrusted brush. Marcus found Julian a bit too eager, too ambitious. He felt Julian was constantly pushing Elena towards financial decisions she wasn't comfortable with, especially regarding the foundation's investments. As for Veronica, Marcus always spoke of her as Elena's shadow, her most loyal and indispensable servant. He seemed to admire her devotion, if nothing else. What about yourself, Ms. Thorne? Leo pressed. Did you have any interactions with Elena Vance recently? As I said, not in years, beyond that one event, Isadora replied, turning to face them fully. I saw her from afar at society galas, but we never spoke. My world and hers, despite sharing a brother, are quite separate. She saw me as eccentric, I believe. I saw her as a woman trapped by her own gilded cage. Do you have any insight into who might have wanted Elena Vance dead, Ms. Thorne? Sarah asked, leaning forward. Isadora closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration, as if tuning into some unseen frequency. When she opened them, her gaze was unsettlingly intense. Elena Vance was a woman with many secrets, and many who coveted her power and wealth. The cards told her of betrayal, of the devil's influence, greed, and obsession. She feared someone close, someone she trusted implicitly. She paused, then continued, her voice lower. The person who left this card, detective, they understand the symbolism. They are not merely a killer, they are a storyteller. They want to convey a message, a sense of completion, perhaps even a sense of karmic justice. The uncut card means the destiny is sealed, the future written by their asterisk hand, not Elena's. You mentioned karmic justice. Leo picked up on it. Do you think the killer believed they were doing something right? Isadora gave a small, enigmatic smile. Many villains in their own minds believe they are heroes, detective, especially when vast fortunes are at stake. Power corrupts, and the desire for it can twist even the most noble intentions. Where were you on the night of Elena Vance's death, Ms. Thorne? Leo asked, watching her closely. I was here, Isadora said, gesturing around her artistic sanctuary, working on a new series of astrological charts for a client and sketching designs for a new deck. I live alone, so I have no one to corroborate my alibi. However, she picked up a heavy sketchbook from the table, its pages filled with intricate drawings of constellations and figures. I can show you my progress, dated and timed. I was deeply absorbed in my work. Leo took the sketchbook, flipping through the pages. The dates and times seemed to correspond to the night of the murder. Her alibi, like Veronica's, was uncorroborated, but her calm, almost ethereal demeanor made it difficult to doubt her sincerity. Yet, the link to the card remained a potent one. As they left Isadora's apartment, the scent of sage still clinging to their clothes, Sarah shook her head. She's something else. Either a genius mastermind playing us, or a genuine eccentric who just happens to be connected to the most crucial piece of evidence. Her connection to the card is undeniable, Leo agreed, but her print isn't on it, and she doesn't fit the profile of a pharmaceutical burglar from Queens. So what if the fingerprint isn't hers, but someone she knows? Sarah mused. Someone who helped her, or someone she knew who had access to drugs. What if she's the one pulling the strings, and the person with the criminal record is her pawn? Leo considered this. It made a chilling kind of sense. The intellectual, artistic killer who knew the symbolism, and the street-smart accomplice who could procure the drugs and perhaps even deliver the killing blow, all under the mastermind's direction. Let's focus on the fingerprint then, Leo decided. A pharmaceutical warehouse burglary, a vet clinic. We need to dig deeper into those old cases. See if there's a common thread, a specific type of drug targeted, a method of operation. The midazolam didn't just appear out of nowhere. Someone sourced it. Back at the precinct, they pulled the old case files from the archives. The pharmaceutical warehouse burglary 5 years ago had been audacious. A highly coordinated break-in targeting specific shelves containing controlled sedatives and opioids. The security footage was grainy, but it showed a slender figure, likely female, moving with surprising agility. The police had found a partial fingerprint on a discarded glove at the scene, which matched the one on the uncut card. The defunct veterinary clinic incident 2 years ago was less dramatic. It had been an investigation into illegal drug disposal. During the cleanup, a discarded syringe containing traces of midazolam and other animal sedatives was found, also bearing a partial print matching their killer. The clinic had been a known hot spot for vets improperly disposing of controlled substances, making it a target for illicit acquisition. So our killer, or their accomplice, has a history of acquiring sedatives, Leo summarized. spreading out the blurry crime scene photos. And the midazolam found in Elena Vance's system fits this pattern perfectly. But who is this person? Sarah pondered. Someone with a knack for breaking into places, handling drugs, and evading capture for years. They're good, too good to be an amateur. And they left a blank tarot card at the scene of a meticulously staged murder, which only someone deeply familiar with tarot symbolism, or specifically with Isadora Thorne's decks, would understand, Leo added. It feels like two different people, or one very complex, contradictory individual. Unless it's Marcus Thorne with a secret double life, Sarah joked darkly. Corporate lawyer by day, cat burglar by night. Leo almost smiled. Unlikely, but what about the uncut aspect of the card? The proprietress of the shop said it's meant for the owner to infuse with their own energy, to create their own destiny card. If this is a message, what does it mean that it's left blank? Maybe it means the killer believes Elena's destiny was blank or meaningless to them, or that they got to write her final destiny for her, Sarah suggested, tapping her pen against her notepad. Or maybe it's a promise, a new destiny for someone else, now that Elena is out of the way. The thought sent a chill down Leo's spine. A blank canvas upon which a new, darker destiny could be painted. Let's go back to Julian Vance, Leo said, standing up abruptly. His eagerness to modernize Elena's portfolio, his clear frustration with her conservatism. What if that wasn't just about making the foundation more profitable? What if he stood to gain more personally from a rapid shift in assets? They interviewed Julian again, this time in a more formal setting at the precinct, without the comforting backdrop of his foundation office. He arrived with a lawyer, a sharp-suited man with weary eyes, who advised Julian to say as little as possible. Mr. Vance, we have reason to believe that Elena Vance's death was not accidental, Leo stated plainly. Julian's composure, usually so carefully maintained, visibly cracked. His eyes flickered to his lawyer, then back to Leo. Not accidental, but the medical examiner's report said. The report has been amended, Mr. Vance, Sarah interjected. Elena Vance was sedated with midazolam before she ingested the oxycodone. Her death is now classified as homicide. A tense silence filled the room. Julian swallowed hard, his face pale. Sedated, that's impossible. Who would do such a thing? That's what we're trying to find out, Leo said. And we believe the uncut card found at the scene is a clue. A card designed by Isadora Thorne, your aunt's lawyer's sister. Julian's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Isadora. Isadora, but what does she have to do with this? She's a mystic. My aunt barely tolerated her at family gatherings. She's also your lawyer's sister and the designer of that specific tarot card, Leo pressed. Did you know Isadora Thorne well? Not at all, Julian quickly replied. I've met her a few times at Christmas parties at Marcus's house, but that's it. We have nothing in common. Let's talk about your proposals for the foundation's investments, Mr. Vance. Sarah steered the conversation. Your aunt was resistant to your suggestions to shift from real estate to tech. How much money were we talking about? Julian's lawyer cleared his throat. Detectives, my client has already answered these questions. Any financial information regarding the foundation is privileged. We are talking about a murder investigation, Counsel, Leo said, his voice hard. Privilege goes out the window when a homicide is involved. We want to know the exact amounts, the exact percentages, and how quickly these reallocations would have taken place. Julian, under the stern gaze of his lawyer, reluctantly provided more details. His plan involved liquidating nearly 40% of the foundation's long-standing real estate assets, a move that would have generated hundreds of millions of dollars. These funds would then be reinvested into a new portfolio heavily weighted towards emerging tech companies. And what was your personal stake in these tech companies, Mr. Vance? Leo asked. Julian hesitated. I have minor personal investments in a few of the companies I recommended. It's standard practice in the industry, but nothing substantial enough to influence my recommendations for the foundation. Define minor and nothing substantial, Sarah said, her voice dry. Julian's face flushed. Perhaps a few $1 million, but it's a diversified portfolio. My personal wealth isn't tied to any single company. But if the foundation, with its hundreds of millions, suddenly invested heavily in these same companies, it would undoubtedly drive up their share prices, wouldn't it? Leo pointed out. Potentially creating a windfall for your existing holdings, Mr. Vance. Julian shifted uncomfortably. That's a speculative outcome. Any good investor would seek to maximize returns, and the market often responds to large institutional investments. So you stood to gain personally and significantly from these changes that Elena Vance was blocking, Leo concluded, letting the accusation hang in the air. Changes that could only happen after her death or if she was incapacitated. Julian exploded. That's absurd. I loved my aunt. I would never hurt her for money. It's slander. My proposals were for the good of the foundation, for her legacy. His lawyer quickly intervened, shutting down the interview. Julian was dismissed, but his agitated denial and the revelation of his personal financial stake had painted a damning picture. He had a motive, a very clear and lucrative one, but no direct link to the midazolam or the unique fingerprint. Next, Leo and Sarah turned their attention back to Veronica Hayes. Her weak alibi, her intimate knowledge of Elena's life and medications, and the fact that the killer's fingerprint was female led them back to her. They found her still at Elena's penthouse, meticulously overseeing the packing of a collection of antique porcelain. Ms. Hayes, Leo began, his voice softer this time, but firm. We have new information regarding Elena Vance's death. It was not an accident. She was murdered. Veronica dropped a small porcelain figurine which shattered on the marble floor. Her face went ashen, her eyes wide with shock and what appeared to be genuine horror. Murdered? But how? Who? She stumbled back, clutching her chest. That's unthinkable. She was sedated with midazolam, Ms. Hayes, before she was given a lethal dose of oxycodone, Sarah explained, watching Veronica's reaction closely. Someone drugged her and then either forced her to take the pills or administered them while she was unconscious. Veronica sank into a nearby armchair, her hands trembling. Midazolam, but Mrs. Vance didn't take that. She had her usual sleep aid, the Ambien, but never anything so strong. Exactly, Leo said. Someone else brought that drug into the apartment. Someone with access to her and to her medications. Someone who knew her habits intimately. He paused, letting the implications sink in. Someone like you, Ms. Hayes." Veronica looked up, her eyes blazing with indignation through her tears. "How dare you? I was completely devoted to Mrs. Vance. I would never harm her. I lived for that woman." "You had full access to the apartment, Ms. Hayes," Sarah continued. "You knew her schedule, her routines, her health issues. You knew where she kept her medications. And your alibi for the night of her death was that you were home alone with a headache. No one can corroborate that." Veronica wrung her hands. "I told you, it's true. I had a splitting migraine. I took some painkillers and went to bed. I didn't leave my apartment. I didn't see Mrs. Vance that night." "We found a unique tarot card at the scene, Ms. Hayes," Leo said, producing the photo of the uncut card. "It had a partial female fingerprint on it. We've run it through our databases. It doesn't match you, but it matches prints found at a pharmaceutical warehouse burglary and a defunct veterinary clinic, both in Queens." Veronica stared at the photo, then at Leo, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes, not fear, but perhaps surprise or even recognition. "A fingerprint, and it's not mine. Then you have your killer, detective. It's not me." She seemed to grasp onto this detail, clutching it like a lifeline. "This person who breaks into warehouses, they're the one who got the drugs, not me." "Do you recognize this card, Ms. Hayes, or the name Isadora Thorne?" Sarah asked. Veronica shook her head. "No, I've never seen that card before. And Isadora Thorne, that name sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Is she one of Mrs. Vance's eccentric relatives?" Her denial seemed genuine, especially about the fingerprint. If the print wasn't hers, then it significantly weakened the direct physical evidence against her. But her intimate knowledge of Alina's life, her devotion, and her weak alibi still kept her firmly on the suspect list. She could still be an accomplice, providing information and access, even if she didn't directly administer the drugs or leave the card. Leo felt a growing sense of frustration. Each suspect had strong motives, but the physical evidence was elusive, leading them in different directions. Julian with his financial machinations, Veronica with her access and weak alibi, and now Isadora with her connection to the unique clue, but no direct link to the drugs or the scene. Back at the precinct, Leo paced their office again. It's like a puzzle with too many pieces that don't quite fit. Julian had the motive, but not the means or the print. Veronica had the means and a weak alibi, but again, not the print. Isadora has the connection to the calling card, but she doesn't fit the profile of a drug thief. Unless, Sarah mused, her gaze fixed on the whiteboard where they had mapped out their suspects and evidence. Unless the person who left the card isn't the killer, or isn't the one who physically administered the drugs. What if the card was left by a third party, someone trying to point us in a direction to reveal the truth, but not directly involved in the murder itself? A tipster, Leo frowned. A tipster who breaks into pharmacies and leaves a symbolic card at a murder scene. That doesn't track. Tipsters usually call or send anonymous letters, not leave cryptic tarot cards with their own unique fingerprint. What if it's a complex revenge plot? Sarah countered. Someone who harbored a grudge against Elena or even against someone else and used the murder to expose something deeper. The uncut card could be their way of saying, I'm going to write a new ending for this story and expose the true villain. Leo considered this. It added another layer of complexity. If the fingerprint belonged to someone who was not the killer, but knew the killer and was trying to send a message. Let's review everything about Elena Vance's life, Leo decided. Not just the money, the will, the foundation. What about her personal history, her past relationships, any enemies she might have made along the way, outside of the obvious greedy hangers-on? They spent the next few days delving into Elena Vance's extensive past. They interviewed distant relatives, former business associates of her late husband, members of her various charity boards, even a few of her oldest friends. The picture that emerged was of a shrewd, formidable woman, highly intelligent, fiercely private, and with an almost pathological need for control. She was respected, but not widely loved. Many described her as cold, calculating, and unforgiving. One recurring theme emerged. Elena Vance had a notorious falling out with her sister, Lydia Vance, almost 25 years ago. Lydia, described as the wild card of the family, an aspiring artist and free spirit, had vanished from Elena's life after a bitter argument over a significant inheritance from their parents. Elena, ever the pragmatist, had taken the lion's share, believing Lydia would squander it. Lydia had accused Elena of manipulation, greed, and systematically cutting her out of the family. Lydia Vance, Leo mused, looking at an old newspaper clipping detailing the family feud. An artist, a free spirit, the wild card who vanished. What if she came back? An artist and a free spirit could potentially connect to Isadora Thorne's world, the occult, the symbolism, Sarah added. And the bitterness over a family inheritance, that's a powerful, long-standing motive. 25 years of resentment could easily fester into murder. And a wild card might have a history that includes, say, acquiring drugs illicitly or operating outside the law. Leo hypothesized, the pieces starting to click. What if the fingerprint belongs to Lydia Vance? They launched a search for Lydia Vance. It wasn't easy. She had deliberately erased her trail. There were no social media profiles, no recent addresses in official databases. It took days of digging, using old contacts and public records, before they found a faint trace. An old art collective in a warehouse district in Brooklyn, now gentrified and repurposed, had a membership list from 15 years ago that included a L. Vance. The current owner of the gallery, a young, earnest man named Ben, remembered Lydia vaguely. Oh, Lydia, she was intense, very talented but troubled. She disappeared a long time ago, said she was going off to find herself or something, some kind of spiritual journey. Do you know where she went? Sarah asked. Ben shook his head. No idea. She just packed up her things and left. Didn't even say goodbye. But I remember she used to talk about her sister, Elena, always with such venom. Said Elena stole her birthright. Elena, the big, fancy socialite. Did she have any particular skills? Leo asked. Beyond art, I mean, anything practical. Ben frowned in thought. Well, she was always very resourceful, very independent. She used to work odd jobs to support her art. I think she even worked for a while at a veterinary clinic, just to make ends meet. She loved animals. A veterinary clinic. Leo and Sarah exchanged a look. The defunct veterinary clinic in Queens, where the killer's fingerprint had been found on a discarded syringe containing midazolam. The connection was startling, almost too perfect. Which clinic do you remember? Leo asked, his voice tight with anticipation. Ben thought for a moment. I think it was called Paws and Claws or something like that. Yeah, Paws and Claws in Astoria. She always complained about the owner, said he was a hack. Bingo, Paws and Claws, the defunct veterinary clinic. They now had a strong suspect, Lydia Vance, Elena's estranged sister, an artist, a free spirit with a history of bitterness who had worked at a veterinary clinic where the murder weapon midazolam was found and where the killer's unique fingerprint had been recovered. And she fit the profile of the wild card who vanished, capable of illicit activities and leaving behind cryptic messages. But where was she now, and how did she connect to Isadora Thorne's uncut card? They went back to Isadora Thorne. This time, her calm demeanor seemed to waver slightly when Leo mentioned the name Lydia Vance. Lydia, Isadora whispered, her blue eyes distant. Yes, I remember Lydia. She and Marcus were never close, but I met her at a few family gatherings years ago. She had a wonderful, wild energy about her, a true artist's soul, but also so much pain. She felt deeply wronged by Elena. Did you know she worked at a veterinary clinic? Sarah asked. Isadora nodded slowly. Yes, she mentioned it once. She needed the money. She said it was a temporary thing, but she did learn a lot about animal care and even certain medications. Isadora's gaze fixed on Leo, a dawning realization in her eyes. Midazolam, it's used in veterinary medicine, isn't it? Yes, Ms. Thorne, Leo confirmed. And we believe the partial fingerprint on the uncut card belongs to Lydia Vance. It also matches prints found at a pharmaceutical warehouse burglary and that same defunct veterinary clinic. Isadora leaned back, closing her eyes. My God, Lydia, it makes a twisted kind of sense. The decades of resentment, the feeling of being robbed of her inheritance, the raw pain. She always had a flair for the dramatic, a need to make a statement. So she left the uncut card, Leo pressed. A message meant for us to understand. A message from an artist, perhaps wanting to tell a story. Or a warning, Isadora corrected, opening her eyes. The uncut card is about choice, about creating one's own destiny. Perhaps Lydia meant it as a statement that Elena no longer had control over her own destiny, that it had been stolen from her, just as Lydia believed her own destiny had been stolen by Elena all those years ago. And perhaps it was a subtle taunt, a way to ensure the true story would eventually be uncovered. So you think Lydia Vance is the killer? Sarah asked directly. Isadora paused, her gaze sweeping around her art-filled studio. Lydia was capable of great passion and great anger, but she was also an idealist in her own way. If she did this, she would have believed it was just a rectification of a past wrong. Did you have any contact with Lydia recently, Ms. Thorne? Leo asked. Isadora shook her head. No, as I said, she vanished completely years ago, but I did receive an anonymous package about a month ago. It contained a single unopened Celestial Mysteries tarot deck. No note, just the deck. I thought it was a fan or perhaps a curious customer. But now, she trailed off, her eyes wide. Now I wonder if it was from Lydia, a gesture perhaps, a way to reconnect or to hint at what was to come. Did you open the deck? Sarah asked. No, it's still sealed. I have so many, I haven't had the chance. Can we see it? Leo asked. Isadora retrieved a pristine, cellophane-wrapped tarot deck from a shelf. It was exactly as described, factory sealed. If Lydia sent you this, it implies she knew you, knew your work, and perhaps wanted to signal something, Leo mused, examining the package. She could have used one of the blank cards from this deck, leaving it at the scene. But if she sent it anonymously and then used a card from it, Wouldn't that connect her directly to the crime? Sarah pointed out. That's a very risky move for someone trying to stay hidden for 25 years. Unless she wanted to be found, eventually, Isadora said softly. Unless this was her grand artistic statement, her final dramatic flourish. The idea of Lydia Vance orchestrating a meticulously planned murder, then leaving a trail of clues meant to be eventually discovered, painted a chilling picture of calculated revenge and a desire for recognition. The search for Lydia Vance intensified. They sent out a bulletin using her old photos and any recent information they could glean. They tracked her old associates, her family connections, anyone who might have heard from the wild card sister. It was a cold lead from an old friend of Lydia's, a former art school classmate, that finally broke the case open. The friend, living in a quiet coastal town in Maine, remembered receiving a postcard from Lydia a few months ago. It was a cryptic message, a drawing of a phoenix rising from ashes, with only the words, "A new beginning, finally," and a return address for a P.O. box in a small, isolated town in upstate New York. Leo and Sarah immediately drove upstate. The town was nestled in a remote, forested area, far from the hustle and bustle of city life. The P.O. box led them to a dilapidated but charming cabin deep in the woods, surrounded by trees and a small, overgrown garden. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney. As they approached the cabin, Leo felt a sense of profound quiet, broken only by the crunch of their shoes on the fallen leaves. A figure was visible through the window, hunched over a canvas, painting. It was a woman with wild, graying hair, slender and intense. Lydia Vance. They knocked on the cabin door. The painting stopped. After a moment, the door creaked open, and Lydia Vance stood before them. She looked older, certainly, but her blue eyes, so much like Isadora's, still held that fierce, untamed fire. Her hands, paint-stained and elegant, were clasped in front of her. "Detectives," she said, her voice surprisingly calm, almost weary. She didn't seem surprised, as if she had been expecting them for a long time. "You found me." Leo's gaze swept the cabin's interior. It was filled with art, canvases, sculptures, pots of paint, and stacks of books. A small, round table held a half-finished tarot card, its surface still blank. The uncut card. "Lydia Vance, you're under arrest for the murder of Elena Vance," Leo stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Lydia didn't resist. She didn't even flinch. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, a blend of satisfaction and profound sadness. It was a long time coming for both of us. The arrest was quiet, without incident. Lydia Vance was brought back to New York City, and the interrogation began. She didn't deny anything. She spoke with a calm, deliberate voice, weaving a narrative that was both horrifying and tragically poetic. "Elena stole everything from me," Lydia began, her eyes distant, as if recounting a long. "Elena stole everything from me," Lydia began, her eyes distant, as if recounting a long-forgotten fable. Her voice was steady, devoid of the emotional frenzy Leo had half expected. Instead, it carried the quiet weight of years of simmering resentment, hardened into a cold, unbreakable resolve. Not just the inheritance, though that was the first and most obvious cut. She stole my voice, my choices, my very spirit. She tried to mold me into her image, the proper socialite, the quiet, agreeable sister. But I was never meant for that cage. She sat across from Leo and Sarah in the stark interrogation room, the fluorescent lights unforgiving on her paint-stained fingers and the lines etched around her blue eyes. Unlike the flustered denials of Julian, the tearful indignation of Veronica, or the measured legalisms of Marcus, Lydia exuded a strange, almost serene acceptance. The inheritance was just the beginning, Lydia continued, a faint, bitter smile playing on her lips. Our parents left a considerable fortune. Elena, always the responsible one, convinced them to structure it in a way that gave her control over my portion. She claimed it was to protect me from myself, from my impractical artistic dreams. In reality, she just couldn't bear to see anyone else have agency, especially not me, the one person who dared to defy her. She doled out my money in meager allowances, always with a lecture, always with conditions. It was a golden leash, detectives, and I hated her for it. Sarah, ever the meticulous note-taker, wrote furiously. So, you believe Elena manipulated your parents to gain control of your inheritance? Believe, Lydia scoffed, a flash of genuine anger in her eyes. I no asterisk it. I saw her at work. The subtle whispers, the carefully placed doubts, the way she made herself indispensable, the sensible choice. She was a master manipulator, cloaked in an aura of respectability and charity. Everyone saw the grand socialite. I saw the spider in the center of her web. Leo leaned forward, his gaze unwavering. This was 25 years ago. That's a long time to harbor a grudge, Ms. Vance. Resentment, Detective Maxwell, is like a fine wine. It only grows more potent with age, Lydia said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Every time I struggled, every time I nearly starved for my art, every time I felt the sting of her condescension, it festered. I saw her life of opulent comfort, built partially on what she denied me, and I felt a bitter injustice that clawed at my soul. So you decided to act on that injustice, Leo stated. Lydia nodded slowly. I did, but not out of impulsive rage, out of a deep-seated conviction that the scales needed to be balanced. Elena had lived a life of unchecked power, controlling everyone around her, even from beyond the grave, through her will, her foundation. I decided it was time for her to lose control, just as she had forced me to lose mine. Let's talk about the night of Elena's death, Sarah interjected. How did you gain entry to her penthouse? Elena's security was legendary, but not impenetrable, Lydia said, a hint of pride in her voice. I've spent years studying locks, security systems, the patterns of the wealthy. When you live on the fringes, you learn to observe, to adapt. I knew her schedule, her habits, her preferred entry points for staff. The service entrance was a weak link, especially late at night. A little patience, a little skill, and I was in. And the midazolam, Leo asked, how did you acquire it? Lydia's eyes held a distant, almost wistful look. My time at Paws and Claws, the veterinary clinic in Astoria. It was a bleak period, but it taught me much about sedatives, their uses, their effects. I saw how easily they could be acquired, how carelessly they were sometimes handled. After I left, I realized the potential. I researched, I planned. The pharmaceutical warehouse was an opportunity. They were sloppy with their inventory. It wasn't hard to bypass their outdated systems and acquire what I needed. So the burglary 5 years ago, that was you, Sarah said, confirming their findings. Lydia nodded. Indeed, a necessary acquisition. I knew one day I might need it, for myself or for Elena. I knew how Elena valued her control, her mental clarity. Taking that away was part of the poetic justice. And the syringe at the defunct clinic 2 years ago, Leo pressed. Another acquisition, another reconnaissance mission, Lydia clarified. I needed to ensure my supply remained potent, that I understood its administration. The clinic was a convenient target. They had a surplus of midazolam. So you planned this for years, Sarah said, a chilling realization in her voice. You systematically acquired the means to kill your sister and planned how to make it look accidental. I planned how to ensure she lost control, yes, Lydia corrected, her tone precise. I didn't want a messy, violent end. Elena would have despised that. She preferred things tidy, controlled, so I gave her a tidy, controlled end. On her terms, in her own bed, surrounded by her wealth. Tell us the details of that night, Leo commanded. Lydia took a deep breath as if savoring the memory. I arrived late after midnight. The doorman was distracted as usual. The service entrance was simple. I made my way to her apartment using my knowledge of the building's layout. Elena was already asleep, as I expected. I knew her sleep patterns, her medications. She took her usual Ambien. I slipped into her bedroom. She stirred slightly, but the Ambien already had her in a deep slumber. You administered the midazolam? Sarah asked. Yes, I dissolved a small amount in a glass of water, one of her crystal glasses from the nightstand. She was easily roused enough to drink it down. She murmured something about being thirsty, then drifted back into a deeper state of compliance. Within minutes, she was completely subdued, conscious, but unable to resist or fully comprehend. And then the oxycodone. Leo's voice was grim. I opened her pill bottle. It was full, as I expected. She was fastidious with her medication, always took them at the prescribed time in the prescribed dose. I poured the contents into her hand. I helped her lift them to her mouth and gave her the rest of the water to swallow them down. She was compliant, almost childlike in her obedience. The ultimate loss of control for a woman who lived by it. Lydia paused, a look of grim satisfaction on her face. I screwed the cap back onto the bottle precisely. I didn't want anything to look amiss. Then I placed the glass back on the nightstand, making sure to leave enough water to seem natural, but not too much. I wanted it to look like she finished most of it herself. This confirmed Leo and Sarah's observations about the glass and the pill bottle, details that had initially flagged the accidental overdose as suspicious. Lydia's precision was chilling. And the uncut card? Leo asked, pulling out the evidence photograph again. Lydia's eyes softened slightly as she looked at the blank card. Ah, the final flourish, Isidora's work, a beautiful symbol. I sent her a sealed deck a month ago, anonymously. I knew she'd appreciate it, and I knew she'd understand the significance of the uncut card. Why leave it if you wanted it to look accidental? Sarah pressed. It's a direct link to you, eventually. Because I am an artist, detective, Lydia stated, her voice imbued with a new passion. And every artist leaves a signature. I wanted the truth to be found, eventually. I wanted someone to truly see what Elena had done, what she was. The uncut card symbolizes a destiny unwritten by its owner, but written by another. Elena no longer controlled her narrative. I wrote her final chapter. And the fingerprint? Leo asked. You weren't concerned about leaving your print, knowing it was linked to the past burglaries. Lydia gave a knowing smile. I was, but I also knew those prints were old, unmatched. They wouldn't lead directly to me, not immediately, and it was part of the story, the subtle thread waiting to be pulled. I needed to ensure that once the illusion of accident was broken, the path to the truth would be there for someone clever enough to find it. I left it for a smart detective like yourself, Maxwell. And for Isadora, my sister in spirit, who would understand the symbolism. You knew the police would look for foul play, Sarah asked. I hoped you would, Lydia replied. Elena's death by accident would be too neat, too convenient. She lived a life of such precise control that an accidental overdose would eventually be questioned by anyone who truly knew her, or by anyone with a good gut feeling. She glanced at Leo. I knew someone would question it, and I wanted that person to have the clues they needed. What about Julian Vance, your nephew? Leo asked. Did you know he was trying to push Elena into major financial restructuring, which would have benefited him personally? Lydia's smile was grim. Of course, Julian is a miniature Elena, just as greedy, just as manipulative, but without her cunning. He was always circling, waiting for his chance. Elena despised that in him, though she couldn't see it in herself. I knew he was a potential beneficiary of her death, but he wasn't my target. My target was Elena's ultimate control over her own fate. He was merely a byproduct. And Veronica Hayes, Sarah inquired, Elena's devoted assistant. Veronica was completely blinded by her devotion, Lydia said, a hint of pity in her voice. A sad, wasted life, living in Elena's shadow. She gained a small annuity, true, but she lost her entire purpose. She would have never seen through Elena's facade. She was too loyal, too easily manipulated. And your brother, Marcus Thorne, Leo continued. Marcus is a good man in his own way, Lydia mused, but blind to the deeper currents of the world. He saw only legalities, contracts, wills. He would never have understood the spiritual injustice, the years of pain. He would never have been involved. He had too much to lose and no personal stake in my particular form of justice. The interrogation continued for hours. Lydia Vance patiently, methodically, laid out every detail of her long-conceived plan, her motivations, and her execution. She spoke of her years in isolation, honing her artistic skills, but also observing the world, learning to navigate its undercurrents, waiting for the right moment. Her bitterness over her stolen inheritance was not just about money. It was about the freedom and self-determination she felt Elena had denied her. She had tracked Elena's life from a distance, staying informed through newspaper society pages, public records, and the occasional, strained contact with relatives like Marcus, who knew nothing of her true intentions. She had seen Elena consult Madame Evangeline, another fact she gleefully shared, and it had only solidified her resolve. The fortune-teller's warnings of betrayal and the tower's destruction had, in Lydia's eyes, been an affirmation of her own impending act, a cosmic sign that Elena's carefully constructed world was indeed destined to fall. The uncut card was her way of telling the world, and perhaps even Elena in her final moments, that this was not random, but a deliberate act of fate, guided by her own hand. When the interrogation finally concluded, Leo and Sarah were left with a profound sense of exhaustion and a strange, unsettling respect for the meticulously planned, years-in-the-making crime they had just unraveled. Lydia Vance was a killer, certainly, but she was also a woman driven by a deep, almost operatic sense of injustice, who had used her artistic mind to craft not just a murder, but a chilling narrative. The news of Lydia Vance's arrest sent shockwaves through the city. The elegant, hushed tragedy of Elena Vance's accidental death exploded into a sensational tale of long-buried family feuds, calculated revenge, and a killer who used esoteric symbols as her calling card. The media, hungry for scandal, devoured every detail. Julian Vance quickly became a pariah, his reputation tainted by the implication of his personal greed. Veronica Hayes, though cleared of direct involvement, was left heartbroken and adrift, her life's purpose shattered. Marcus Thorne found himself besieged by reporters, his professional integrity questioned for his sister's actions. Madame Evangeline, surprisingly, found herself with a surge of new clients, all eager to hear what other hidden truths her cards might reveal. Her eerie prophecies about Elena Vance had given her a new, almost mythic status. Isadora Thorne, meanwhile, held a quiet press conference from her Greenwich Village studio. She spoke eloquently about her sister's pain, her artistic vision, and the profound, often destructive, nature of family betrayal. She confirmed that Lydia had indeed sent her the sealed deck, and that she now understood its chilling significance. The uncut card, she explained, was not just a symbol of death, but of a new, albeit tragic, beginning. As for Leo and Sarah, the case cemented their partnership and their reputation. Leo's persistent gut feeling, combined with Sarah's sharp analytical mind, had navigated a labyrinth of misdirection and subtle clues to uncover a truth far stranger and more complex than any of them had initially imagined. A few weeks later, after the initial storm had passed, Leo found himself back in Elena Vance's penthouse. Forensic teams had cleared out, leaving the opulent rooms feeling hollow and strangely quiet. The art still hung on the walls, the antiques still gleamed in their display cases, but the life force that had once filled the space was gone. He stood by the nightstand where the crime had been committed. The crystal glass was gone, the pill bottle taken as evidence. Only the faint, almost invisible ring of condensation remained on the polished wood, a ghostly echo of that final, controlled act. Sarah joined him, a contemplative look on her face. It's unsettling, isn't it? The sheer meticulousness of it all, the years of planning, the way she turned Elena's own fastidiousness against her. She was an artist, Miller, Leo said, his gaze sweeping the room. And this was her magnum opus, a macabre masterpiece of revenge. He thought of Lydia Vance's calm demeanor, her precise recounting of events, her utter lack of remorse. She believed she had righted a profound wrong, a twisted form of justice. And the uncut card, Sarah continued, the blank slate, a chilling message. Leo nodded. The story wasn't finished for Lydia. She felt Elena had written her story for too long. This was her chance to write Elena's ending and perhaps her own new beginning, even if it was behind bars. He picked up a small, framed photo from a nearby table. It was an old portrait of Elena Vance and a younger woman standing stiffly beside her. Lydia. Even in the faded photograph, the stark contrast between the two sisters was evident. Elena, composed and unsmiling, already radiating an aura of unyielding control. Lydia, with a wilder glint in her eyes, a faint, rebellious curve to her lips, trying to break free from the embrace of her sister's arm. She got her new beginning, Leo murmured, staring at Lydia's youthful face in the photo, just not the one she probably envisioned. Justice, then, Sarah said, her voice quiet. Justice, Leo repeated, though it felt like a hollow word. There was a profound sadness to the whole affair, a tragedy born of resentment that had festered for decades, consuming two lives and tearing a family apart. The case of Alina Vance was officially closed. Lydia Vance had confessed, and the evidence was overwhelming. The city moved on, but the story of the socialite and her artistic, vengeful sister would linger, a dark whisper in the annals of New York's high society. But for Leo, a nagging thought remained. The world of Alina Vance, with its vast fortunes and hidden manipulations, felt like a single thread in a much larger, more intricate tapestry of secrets. The uncut card had revealed one truth, but what other blank slates were out there, waiting for someone to write their destinies? He walked through the penthouse one last time, his gaze lingering on the closed door of Alina Vance's study. It was locked, sealed off, awaiting the final stages of probate. Marcus Thorne's firm was handling the estate, but the sheer volume of Alina's financial dealings meant it would be a long, drawn-out process. Alina Vance had left a very specific clause in her will, a sealed envelope, to be opened only by Marcus Thorne and a representative of the Vance family 6 months after her death. It contained instructions for a final, posthumous audit of her personal finances to be conducted by an independent firm of her choosing. A final act of control, even from beyond the grave. Leo remembered Marcus Thorne's comment about Alina always being a worrier, always concerned about her legacy being misused or siphoned off. It seemed even in death, Alina had been trying to root out the hidden hands Madame Evangeline had warned her about. He paused outside the study door, his hand resting on the cold brass knob. Lydia Vance had sought justice, but perhaps Alina Vance herself had been preparing for a different kind of reckoning. What could be so important that it required a posthumous audit, years after her meticulous financial planning? What secret had Alina been trying to uncover, even as her own life was being slowly, deliberately extinguished? The case, it seemed, was not as closed as he thought. The final chapter of Alina Vance's life, or perhaps her legacy, was yet to be fully written. 6 months later, the sealed envelope was opened. Marcus Thorne, looking older and more tired than usual, sat in his opulent law office, facing Julian Vance. Julian, whose public image had taken a severe beating, was still attempting to project an air of controlled dignity, though a tremor in his hand betrayed him as he reached for a glass of water. The independent auditing firm, a formidable outfit known for its discretion and ruthlessness, presented its findings. The report was thick, bound in dark leather, and meticulously detailed. As per Alina Vance's final instructions, Marcus began, his voice dry, this audit was commissioned to ensure the complete integrity of her personal fortune and its distribution as per her will. He paused, adjusting his spectacles. The auditors have uncovered some irregularities. Julian leaned forward, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Irregularities? What kind of irregularities, Marcus? Everything was always so precise with Aunt Alina. Indeed, Marcus agreed, though his expression was grim. It appears that over the past decade, a significant portion of Alina Vance's personal assets, specifically from several of her offshore accounts and dormant trust funds, has been systematically diverted. Julian frowned. Diverted? But where and by whom? Aunt Alina would never have allowed that. Precisely, Marcus said, picking up a pen. The paper trail is incredibly complex, deliberately obfuscated through multiple shell corporations, offshore banks, and intricate investment schemes. However, the auditors have managed to piece together the destination of these funds. He opened the report, turning to a specific page. It appears the money was channeled into a series of high-risk, largely speculative tech startups, companies that, coincidentally, mirror the exact type of investments you, Julian, had been so vehemently advocating for the Elena Vance Charitable Foundation to adopt. Julian's face went pale. That's impossible. I knew nothing about her personal investments in these companies. I only advised on the foundation's portfolio. The auditors believe the diversions were managed by someone with intimate knowledge of Elena Vance's financial architecture, her investment strategies, and her aversion to high-risk ventures. Marcus continued, his gaze piercing. Someone who knew precisely how to move funds discreetly without alerting her immediate attention or raising red flags with her primary financial advisors. But who, Julian stammered, who had that kind of access and knowledge? Marcus turned another page, revealing a chart detailing the flow of funds. The audits traced the initial unauthorized transfers back to a series of encrypted transactions originating from an IP address that regularly accessed Elena Vance's secure personal financial network. This access point was routinely used by her personal assistant, Veronica Hayes. Julian gasped. Veronica, but she was utterly devoted. She had access to everything, but she would never steal from Aunt Elena. The auditors believe she was coerced, or perhaps even blackmailed, into facilitating these transfers, Marcus explained. The sheer volume of money involved, hundreds of millions of dollars over 10 years, suggests a mastermind. Veronica, for all her efficiency, doesn't strike me as a criminal mastermind. She was an enabler, a gatekeeper. So who was truly behind it? Julian demanded, his voice strained. Who was manipulating Veronica? Who was truly siphoning off Aunt Elena's money into these high-risk ventures? Marcus closed the report, his eyes meeting Julian's. The auditors, after months of painstaking work, have uncovered the ultimate beneficiary of these speculative investments. A series of shell corporations designed to obscure ownership, but ultimately linked to a single individual through a complex web of beneficial ownership agreements. He paused, letting the dramatic tension hang heavy in the air. That individual, Julian, is none other than our own Detective Maxwell. No, I jest. Marcus rubbed his temples. That individual is you, Julian. Julian froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, then a dawning horror. Me, that's impossible. I had no knowledge of this. I would never. This is a setup, a lie. The evidence is irrefutable, Marcus stated, his voice now devoid of any warmth. The auditors traced the ultimate profits from these speculative investments, profits that materialized as several of these tech companies eventually went public or were acquired, directly into accounts controlled by you, Julian Vance. Accounts that were meticulously hidden, offshore, and not previously linked to your declared assets. This wasn't just about influencing the foundation's portfolio. It was a decade-long scheme to systematically siphon off Elena's personal fortune, using Veronica as an unwitting or unwilling accomplice, and funneling the profits into your own hidden empire. Veronica was involved, Julian whispered, the color draining from his face. She was helping you do this, Julian. It seems she was, Marcus confirmed. Or rather, she was forced to open the gates. Her access, her knowledge of Elena's systems, Her unwavering loyalty to Elena made her the perfect instrument. The auditors believe she was likely under duress, or perhaps exploited for a long-held secret of her own. We haven't fully unraveled her motive yet, but her role as the conduit is clear. Julian stared at Marcus, then at the thick report, his carefully constructed world crumbling around him. This is insane. I had no idea, I swear it. This is a frame-up. Someone else is doing this to me. The evidence points directly to you as the ultimate beneficiary, Julian, Marcus said. The hidden accounts, the timing of the investments, the nature of the companies, it all aligns with your specific financial interests and expertise. It seems your desire to modernize Elena's portfolio was not just for the foundation, but a continuation of a much larger and much more nefarious scheme you had already begun with her personal wealth. Marcus leaned back, a look of profound disappointment on his face. Elena Vance, it seems, was not just concerned about betrayal. She was actively being betrayed for years by her own nephew. She never explicitly accused you, Julian, but her insistence on this posthumous audit, it shows she had her suspicions. She was trying to uncover the truth of the hidden hands herself. Julian pushed back his chair, his face a mask of panic and disbelief. This is a nightmare. I'm innocent. I'm being framed. Who could have done this? That, Julian, is a question the police will now be very interested in answering, Marcus said, pulling out his phone. I've already alerted Detective Maxwell. Elena Vance's final act was not just to catch her killer, but to expose the true thief who had been bleeding her dry for years. Leo Maxwell received the call from Marcus Thorne a few hours later. He listened, his face impassive, as Marcus recounted the auditor's findings. Julian Vance, Leo murmured into the phone, a slow smile spreading across his face. The devil card, after all, greed and obsession. Indeed, Detective, Marcus replied, a weary sigh on the other end. It seems Elena Vance's paranoia was entirely justified. She left a final clue long after her death to expose the real criminal in her life. The uncut card may have pointed to her killer, but the audit reveals a deeper, more pervasive betrayal. And Veronica Hayes's involvement, Leo asked. The auditors believe she was a key, if potentially unwilling, accomplice, Marcus explained. We are still piecing together her exact role, but her unique access to Elena's systems was paramount. It paints a very different picture of her supposed devotion. Leo hung up the phone, a jolt of renewed energy running through him. The story wasn't just about a vengeful sister. It was about a much larger, more intricate web of financial deception, a decade-long scheme that had been orchestrated right under Elena's nose. Lydia Vance had killed Elena, believing she was righting a wrong, unaware that Elena was already being systematically plundered by the very nephew she trusted with her foundation. He found Sarah in their office, still buried under a pile of paperwork from another case. Miller, you're not going to believe this. Marcus Thorne just called. Elena Vance's posthumous audit just came back. Sarah looked up, intrigued, and Julian Vance has been systematically siphoning off hundreds of millions from Elena's personal fortune for the past decade, channeling it into hidden accounts linked to high-risk tech investments he secretly controlled, Leo explained, a glint in his eye. And Veronica Hayes, her devoted assistant, was the key. She facilitated the transfers. Sarah's jaw dropped. Veronica, but she seemed so genuine, so distraught, and Julian with his polished facade. So Alina was being bled dry by her own nephew, using her most trusted confidant. The devil card, Leo repeated, and the Ten of Swords, betrayal from within. Madame Evangeline wasn't wrong, she just saw different layers of the same truth. Lydia Vance was the ultimate betrayal of her physical life, but Julian was the ultimate betrayal of her legacy, her trust, her very empire. So Lydia Vance killed Alina for stealing her inheritance, while Julian Vance was stealing Alina's inheritance, Sarah mused, shaking her head. The irony is almost poetic. Poetic and incredibly complicated, Leo agreed. We have a murder solved, but now we have a massive financial fraud still to be fully unraveled. And Veronica Hayes, what was her part in all of this? Was she coerced, blackmailed, or a willing participant playing the long game of devotion? Her alibi, Leo, Sarah suddenly remembered. She said she was home alone with a headache on the night of Alina's death. No one to corroborate. But if she was involved in Julian's scheme, if she was being blackmailed or was complicit, what if she was at Alina's that night for a different reason? Leo felt a new surge of adrenaline. The pieces were still shifting, revealing new, darker patterns. Lydia Vance's confession was complete, but the full story of Alina Vance's betrayal was far from over. The hidden hands Evangeline spoke of were more numerous and more insidious than they had initially imagined. Julian Vance was immediately brought back in for questioning, this time with a very different demeanor. Gone was the confident, smooth executive. He was now a terrified man, sweating profusely, his carefully tailored suit looking rumpled. His lawyer, a different one this time, was visibly tense, whispering urgently in his ear. "Mr. Vance, we have the auditor's report," Leo began, placing the thick document on the table. "It details your systematic embezzlement of Alina Vance's personal fortune over the past 10 years, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars." Julian stammered, denying everything, claiming he was set up, that he knew nothing of the hidden accounts. But the evidence was overwhelming, meticulously laid out by the independent auditors. He couldn't explain the transfers, the shell corporations, the ultimate beneficiary links. "And Veronica Hayes, your aunt's personal assistant," Sarah interjected. "She was the one with the direct access to Alina's financial systems. She facilitated these transfers. What was her role, Julian? Was she your accomplice, or were you blackmailing her?" Julian's eyes flickered, betraying a deep fear. He swallowed hard, his gaze darting to his lawyer, who now looked grim. "Veronica, she was a part of it. She helped me. She was compensated, of course." "Compensated?" Leo pressed. "Or coerced? Did you have something on her, Julian? Something you used to force her hand?" Julian remained silent, his face a mask of abject terror. His lawyer finally intervened, advising him to say nothing further until they had reviewed the full report. But the damage was done. Julian Vance, the polished nephew, was now exposed as a calculating, long-term embezzler driven by an insatiable greed. The net now tightened around Veronica Hayes. She was still at the penthouse, a ghostly figure amidst the remaining vestiges of Alina's life. When Leo and Sarah arrived, she was packing a box of Alina's antique scarves, her movements slow and robotic. "Ms. Hayes," Leo said gently, "we need to talk about Julian Vance and about Alina's finances." Veronica turned, her face devoid of expression. The usual sadness in her eyes was replaced by a hollow emptiness. So you found out, didn't you, Elena's little posthumous trap? You knew about the audit? Sarah asked. Veronica gave a faint, bitter smile. Elena told me about it. She was always suspicious, always looking for betrayers. She never told me who she suspected, but she knew someone was chipping away at her fortune. She thought it might be Julian or even Marcus. She wanted me to keep a close eye on everything, even after she was gone. And you were the one helping Julian steal from her, Leo stated, his voice quiet but firm. Veronica's gaze dropped to the box of scarves. I didn't want to, not at first, but Julian, he found out about my son. My son, Mark, he's been in and out of trouble for years. Gambling debts, shady business dealings. Julian had leverage. He threatened to expose Mark, to ruin him completely, to send him to prison. He said he'd make sure Mark lost everything, even his freedom. Her voice broke and tears finally welled in her eyes. I had no choice. I had to protect my son. Julian blackmailed me. He provided me with the encrypted access, the instructions, the shell corporations. I was the gatekeeper. I opened the doors and he marched in and plundered Elena's fortune. So you were coerced, Sarah said, a note of compassion in her voice. Yes, Veronica choked out, tears streaming down her face. For years, every transfer was a knife in my heart. I adored Elena. She was like a mother to me, but I couldn't betray my son. Julian trapped me in an impossible situation. I hated him for it. I hated myself for it. And on the night of Elena's death, where were you? Leo asked, his voice now laced with a new urgency. Julian claimed you were his accomplice, that you were compensated. Veronica shook her head vehemently. I was home, alone, with a migraine, just as I told you. I had nothing to do with Elena's murder. I wouldn't dare. I couldn't bear to hurt her. We believe you, Ms. Hayes, Leo said, surprising her. Lydia Vance confessed to Elena's murder, but we needed to understand the full extent of the betrayals Elena faced. And Julian's scheme, it paints a very dark picture. Veronica stared at them, her shoulders slumping in defeat. So, all this time, I was doing Julian's bidding, betraying Elena, and he was already planning her death, or at least expecting it, so he could get even more. Lydia Vance killed Elena for her own reasons, completely separate from Julian's embezzlement scheme, Leo clarified. But Julian's theft created an environment of distrust and fear around Elena. It contributed to her paranoia, her visits to fortune tellers, her meticulous audits. Veronica buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. The weight of her betrayal, of her years of complicity, had finally broken her. The investigation into Julian Vance's financial fraud began in earnest. Veronica Hayes, though complicit, was granted a degree of leniency in exchange for her full cooperation, detailing Julian's elaborate schemes, the hidden accounts, and the threats he used to coerce her. Her testimony would be crucial in unraveling Julian's empire of greed. Leo and Sarah sat in their office, looking at the complete picture on their whiteboard. The whiteboard in Leo and Sarah's office now resembled a tangled web, a far cry from the linear narrative they initially pieced together. Lydia Vance's confession, a meticulously crafted tale of revenge, occupied one corner, connected by a slender arrow to the murder. But from Elena Vance's name in the center, a thick, sprawling network of lines now radiated outwards, connecting Julian Vance, Veronica Hayes, and a host of shell corporations and offshore accounts. The devil card, indeed, had many faces. Julian Vance's second interrogation was a stark contrast to his first. The mask of polite confidence had shattered, revealing a terrified man facing utter ruin. His new lawyer, a harried public defender, could do little more than advise silence, advice Julian was too panicked to fully heed. Hundreds of millions, Mr. Vance, Leo stated, leaning against the table, the auditor's report spread before them like an execution warrant. Diverted from your aunt's personal fortune over a decade. Explain that. Explain the shell corporations, the offshore accounts, the investments in startups you personally championed. Julian stammered, his eyes darting wildly. It's not what it looks like. Aunt Alina, she was so controlling. She kept her money stagnant. I was just trying to make it grow. For the family, for the legacy. For asterisk your asterisk legacy, Julian, Sarah countered, her voice cold. For your hidden empire. You risked Elena's fortune on volatile tech investments, knowing her aversion to risk, knowing she'd never approve. And you did it for your personal gain, not for the family. He finally cracked. The denials sputtered, then died, replaced by a torrent of self-serving justifications and desperate blame shifting. She was old-fashioned, obsessed with her control. She was going to run the foundation into the ground with her conservative investments. I was protecting her interests, even from herself. By stealing from her, Leo pressed, his voice rising. Julian slumped, burying his face in his hands. It wasn't stealing, it was reallocation, investment strategy. I was going to put it all back, with huge returns. She would have thanked me eventually. She would have seen I was a genius. And Veronica Hayes, Sarah asked, bringing her back into focus. She was the key, wasn't she? The gatekeeper. How did you get her to cooperate? Julian's head snapped up, a flicker of his old arrogance returning, quickly replaced by fear. Veronica, she was complicit. She understood the vision. She was compensated generously. Veronica says you blackmailed her, Julian, Leo stated, watching his reaction. You threatened her son, Mark. Gambling debts, shady dealings. You had leverage. Julian's face went white. He opened his mouth to deny it, but no words came out. The sheer depravity of using Veronica's love for her child against her, while simultaneously bleeding Elena dry, was a new low. Tell us about Mark Hayes, Sarah pushed. What exactly did you know? What did you threaten? Julian remained silent, his lawyer now aggressively interjecting, demanding a break. But Leo had seen enough. The flicker of terror in Julian's eyes when Mark's name came up confirmed Veronica's story. Julian was not just a thief. He was a predator, preying on the vulnerabilities of those around him. The subsequent investigation into Mark Hayes was disheartening. Mark, in his late 20s, was indeed a mess. A talented but troubled individual, he'd fallen in with the wrong crowd, accumulating significant gambling debts and getting entangled in petty criminal enterprises. Julian, with his vast network and access to private investigators, had effortlessly unearthed Mark's secrets, then used them as a knife to Veronica's heart. He threatened to have Mark framed for a much larger drug trafficking charge, something that would put him away for decades, Veronica recounted, her voice still trembling as she spoke to Leo and Sarah in a separate interview. She was already cooperating fully, providing a wealth of information about Julian's intricate schemes. Julian even showed me falsified evidence he'd commissioned, connecting Mark to a major cartel. He said he could make it all disappear if I did what he asked, or make it all real if I refused. The depth of Julian's depravity was staggering. He had not just embezzled, but systematically destroyed Veronica's peace of mind, leveraging her greatest love and fear. "Where is Mark now?" Leo asked. Veronica wrung her hands. He's always on the move. He's trying to stay clean, but the debts never go away. He's afraid of the people he owes, and now of Julian. I haven't told him what I've done or why. I couldn't bear it. Leo felt a surge of resolve. Veronica's testimony was vital. Protecting Mark was the least they could do for her cooperation. "We'll help you, Veronica. We'll get Mark protection, help him with his debts. But you need to tell us everything. Every shell corporation, every secret account, every lie Julian made you tell Elena." And she did. For days, Veronica meticulously detailed Julian's decade-long deception. She recounted how Julian had presented seemingly innocuous requests, a new way to access offshore funds for charitable giving, a more efficient system for managing specific, dormant trust funds. Elena, meticulous as she was, had trusted Veronica implicitly, relying on her to implement these minor procedural changes. Veronica, under Julian's threats, had been the one to authorize the encrypted transfers, to provide the necessary access codes, to sign off on documents Elena believed were for legitimate administrative purposes. Julian, meanwhile, carefully disguised the true beneficiaries, layering shell corporations in tax havens like an onion. He made it seem so legitimate at first, Veronica explained, her voice gaining strength as she recounted the betrayal. Just small transfers to test new investment strategies for the foundation. Then he diverted, bit by bit, into these high-risk tech ventures. When some paid off, he'd skim the profits, telling me he was rebalancing the funds, but the balance always tipped into his hidden accounts. The sheer audacity of Julian's scheme, executed right under Elena's nose for a decade, while he simultaneously lobbied her to adopt similar risky strategies for her public foundation, painted him as a financial predator of the highest order. He had slowly, methodically bled Elena dry, waiting for her death to claim the rest. Julian Vance was formally charged with aggravated grand larceny, fraud, and blackmail. The news exploded across the city, eclipsing even the sensational details of Lydia Vance's murder confession. The respected socialite's nephew, a scion of the philanthropic world, exposed as a thief who had systematically plundered his aunt's fortune. The irony was bitter, the hypocrisy breathtaking. Marcus Thorne, reeling from the twin blows of his sister's murder conviction and his client's nephew's embezzlement, found himself in a whirlwind of legal and reputational damage control. He provided the police with all documentation from the posthumous audit, eager to cooperate fully and restore his firm's standing. Elena Vance was a complex woman, detectives, Marcus said to Leo and Sarah, his face haggard. She trusted few, but those she did, she trusted implicitly. That Julian could so thoroughly betray her and use Veronica in such a vile way, it's a stain on her legacy and a personal affront to me. She suspected him, didn't she, Marcus? Leo asked. That's why she ordered the posthumous audit. Marcus nodded. She did. Towards the end, she started questioning some of the reports, asking for more detailed breakdowns of specific dormant accounts. She couldn't pinpoint anything, but her instincts were screaming. She believed she was being siphoned, but couldn't prove it. The posthumous audit was her last, desperate act to expose the truth, a final, brilliant move to catch the hidden hands. The layers of betrayal were almost Shakespearean. Lydia, driven by a quarter-century of perceived injustice, took Elena's life. Julian, driven by insatiable greed, took Elena's fortune. Both believed they were acting on their own version of destiny. With Julian Vance's scheme exposed, the Financial Crimes Unit took over the bulk of the investigation into his vast web of illicit accounts and shell corporations. But Leo and Sarah remained tethered to the human element, Veronica Hayes and her son. They tracked down Mark Hayes. He was living in a small, rundown apartment in Brooklyn, working odd jobs, perpetually looking over his shoulder. When Leo and Sarah explained the situation, told him about Julian's blackmail and Veronica's desperate actions to protect him, Mark was initially shocked, then consumed by a bitter fury. "My mom, she did all that for me," Mark whispered, his eyes welling up. "And Julian, that bastard, he made her do that." Leo offered him a lifeline. "Your mother's testimony is crucial in bringing Julian Vance down. In return for her full cooperation and yours in corroborating what you know of Julian's threats, we can offer you protection. And with Julian's assets being frozen, we can work with the district attorney's office to negotiate with your creditors, clean up your debts, and give you a fresh start. A new life, away from the people Julian entangled you with." Mark, finally seeing a path out of the mire he'd created for himself, agreed. He was terrified but resolute. He provided invaluable details about Julian's direct threats, the specific debts Julian mentioned, and the fabricated evidence Julian had shown Veronica. His testimony strengthened Veronica's claims of coercion and painted an even darker picture of Julian's criminal mastermind. Veronica, with Mark now safe and under the protection of the authorities, found a new sense of purpose. Her devotion, once directed at Elena, then twisted by Julian, was now channeled into seeking justice. She gave a powerful, emotional statement to the grand jury, detailing Julian's blackmail and her years of silent complicity. Her tears were genuine, her regret palpable. The grand jury indicted Julian Vance on all counts. The closure of the Elena Vance murder and embezzlement case brought Leo and Sarah significant recognition. The media lauded their tenacity, their ability to see beyond the initial accidental overdose and unravel the intricate layers of deceit. Leo's gut feeling had once again proven prescient, complemented by Sarah's meticulous investigative skills. But for Leo, the lingering question remained, the uncut card. Lydia Vance had left it as a signature, an artistic statement of a destiny she believed she had rewritten. But Julian's betrayal, so much deeper and longer lasting, put a different spin on the card's symbolism. Elena's destiny, it seemed, was truly unwritten, not by her own choice, but by the multitude of hidden hands that sought to control it. Weeks turned into months. Lydia Vance, after a dramatic trial where her artistic motivations were intensely scrutinized, was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. She accepted her fate with the same serene, almost detached calm she had shown during her confession, maintaining that she had merely corrected a cosmic imbalance. Julian Vance's legal battle was far more protracted. His vast wealth and intricate network of shell corporations made the financial fraud case a nightmare of legal complexities. He pleaded not guilty, claiming he was a victim of a vast conspiracy, framed by vengeful relatives and unscrupulous auditors. But with Veronica's powerful testimony, Mark Hayes's corroboration, and the irrefutable evidence from Elena's posthumous audit, his defense slowly crumbled. He faced decades in prison and the complete stripping of his ill-gotten gains. Veronica Hayes, granted immunity for her cooperation, slowly began to rebuild her life. With Mark now clean, free of debt, and working to turn his life around, she found a new sense of peace. She still mourned Elena, but the burden of her secret, of Julian's blackmail, was finally lifted. Marcus Thorne, though bruised by the scandals, managed to weather the storm. His firm's reputation, initially tarnished by association, was largely restored by his proactive cooperation and Elena's own posthumous testament to his integrity. He oversaw the slow, painstaking process of liquidating Julian's hidden assets and reclaiming Elena's stolen fortune, ensuring it would eventually be directed back into her legitimate trusts and the foundation she so meticulously built. Life in the precinct returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the Elena Vance case would forever be a benchmark for complex investigations. Leo and Sarah, their partnership stronger than ever, took on new cases, but the lessons learned from Elena's demise resonated deeply. "It's never just one thing, is it, Miller?" Leo mused one afternoon, staring at the now blank whiteboard in their office. "The initial problem is rarely the whole story. There are always layers." Sarah nodded, sipping her coffee. "Especially with money, Leo. Money breeds secrecy, and secrecy breeds all kinds of hidden hands." The phrase "hidden hands" echoed the words of Madame Evangeline, the enigmatic fortune teller whose prophecies had, in retrospect, been chillingly accurate. Leo couldn't shake the thought that Evangeline had seen more than just the cards. She had seen the very fabric of human greed and resentment that underpinned Elena's opulent world. Curiosity piqued, Leo decided to pay Madame Evangeline another visit. Sarah, initially skeptical, agreed to come along. The fortune teller's parlor was just as dim, just as thick with the scent of frankincense and old coins. Evangeline herself looked unchanged, her eyes still piercing behind her thick spectacles. "Detectives," she greeted them, her gravelly voice devoid of surprise. "I knew you would return. The energies have settled, but the echoes remain." "The case of Elena Vance is closed, Madame," Leo stated. "Her sister, Lydia Vance, confessed to the murder, and her nephew, Julian Vance, has been exposed as a long-term embezzler who used Veronica Hayes to siphon off hundreds of millions from Elena's fortune." Evangeline nodded slowly, a knowing smile touching her lips. The tower fell. The Ten of Swords, betrayal from within, was fulfilled by both the sister and the nephew, and the devil, greed and obsession, was personified by Julian. The cards, as always, told the truth, even if Elena couldn't fully comprehend its many facets. "And Veronica Hayes," Sarah added. "She was blackmailed by Julian, threatened with her son's ruin." Evangeline's smile softened, a rare, almost tender expression. "Ah, the chains of love. The devil's binding influence is not always of money, but of fear and false choices. Veronica's path was twisted, but her heart remained true to her own blood." "You knew, didn't you, Madame?" Leo asked, his gaze direct. "You saw it all, or at least the potential for it." Evangeline shuffled her tarot deck, her gnarled fingers moving with hypnotic grace. "The cards speak of probabilities, detectives, of the human heart's darkest desires and noblest intentions. Elena Vance was a woman surrounded by shadows, many of her own making, many cast by the ambitions of others. She saw only the obvious threats, but the deepest wounds are often inflicted by those closest and most trusted. She laid out 3 cards on the small, round table. The first was justice, scales perfectly balanced. The second, strength, a woman calmly taming a lion. The third, the star, a naked figure pouring water, signifying hope and spiritual renewal. Justice has been served in its own complicated way, Evangeline murmured, her gaze fixed on the justice card. Strength was found by those who sought it, like Veronica, finally standing against her tormentor. And the star, that is for those who pick up the pieces, who find hope in the ruins, and who begin anew. Her eyes flickered to Leo and Sarah. For you, detectives, who brought the hidden truths to light. And for Mark Hayes, who now has a chance to forge his own destiny, unburdened by past shadows. Leo looked at the cards, then at Evangeline. The initial skepticism he felt towards mystics had been replaced by a grudging respect, or at least an acknowledgement of her uncanny perception. She might not see the future, but she certainly understood the intricate depths of the human soul. "And the uncut card, Madame?" Leo asked, remembering the central clue. Lydia Vance left it as her signature, her way of saying she had written Elena's final destiny. But with Julian's actions and Veronica's coercion, it feels like Elena's destiny was truly unwritten or written by many hands. Evangeline picked up a blank card from her own deck, holding it between her fingers. The uncut card, detective, is never truly blank. It holds all possibilities, all stories yet to be told. Lydia believed she wrote Elena's ending, but Elena, in her own posthumous wisdom, wrote Julian's. And you, detectives, you wrote the next chapter for all of them, by revealing the truths that lay beneath the polished surfaces. She placed the blank card back into her deck. The story of Elena Vance is a testament to what happens when trust is broken, when greed reigns, and when old wounds refuse to heal. But it is also a testament to the power of truth, however complex, to finally emerge. As they left Evangeline's parlor, the scent of frankincense and sandalwood seemed less cloying, almost refreshing. The city streets, once oppressive in their familiarity, now felt vibrant, teeming with untold stories. "You know," Sarah said, as they walked towards their patrol car, "I almost want to believe in those cards now." Leo grunted, a faint smile on his face. "I just believe in good police work, Miller, and the fact that people are always more complicated and greedier than they let on." Yet a part of him wondered, had Evangeline truly seen it all, or had she simply possessed a profound understanding of human nature, a knack for recognizing the archetypes of betrayal and obsession that played out in every society, regardless of wealth? The Elena Vance case was indeed a closed chapter in their professional lives. Lydia Vance was in prison, Julian Vance was awaiting trial, Veronica Hayes and her son were on a path to recovery, and Elena's stolen fortune was being painstakingly reclaimed. The immediate threats were neutralized, the hidden hands exposed. But the world was vast and full of secrets, and as Leo drove, a new thought began to form in his mind, sparked by Evangeline's final words. The uncut card is never truly blank. It holds all possibilities, all stories yet to be told. He had solved the murder, exposed the embezzlement. But what about the source of Julian Vance's initial wealth? Julian was ambitious, yes, but to amass the kind of financial acumen needed to orchestrate a decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud and to secure access to such complex offshore networks that felt like it required more than just an Ivy League MBA and a greedy disposition. It required connections, mentors, a deeper initiation into the world of illicit finance. Julian's initial personal investments, the few million he vaguely admitted to, where had that truly come from? Had it been entirely legitimate, or was it the seed money for a larger, more clandestine operation? He had been so quick to blame Alina for stagnant money, but what if his own ambition had been carefully nurtured, his skills sharpened by someone else, someone even more powerful, even more hidden? The thought pricked at Leo, a small, almost imperceptible thread leading away from the now neatly tied-up case. He had focused on the personal betrayals within Alina's circle. But what if Julian Vance was just a pawn in a larger game? What if his ambition, his greed, had been cultivated and exploited by a far more sophisticated network, one that preyed on the wealthy and connected for purposes far grander than mere embezzlement? He remembered Julian's desperate, panicked denial, his stammering claim of being framed. While clearly a lie to deflect from his own culpability, was there a tiny grain of truth to it? Had Julian been a student, an apprentice, to a master criminal, only to be cast aside when his utility ran out? The idea was unsettling. It suggested a darker, more organized criminal element operating at the highest echelons of society, manipulating figures like Julian from the shadows. If so, then Alina Vance's murder and embezzlement were merely ripples in a much larger, unseen ocean of crime. Leo glanced at Sarah, who was already engrossed in a new case file. He decided to keep this new hunch to himself for now. It was too vague, too speculative, but he would keep an eye on Julian Vance, even in prison. He would follow the financial trails that the auditors had initially deemed irrelevant to Alina's estate, but which might lead to the true architects of Julian's financial education. The uncut card, a blank slate, a story yet to be fully revealed. The immediate case was closed, but the world and its hidden depths always offered another puzzle. And Leo Maxwell, with his annoying persistence and unshakable gut, was ready to find it. Leo's gut, a reliable compass in a world full of lies, wouldn't let the Julian Vance case rest. The embezzlement was solved, the murder avenged, but a tiny, persistent whisper kept him awake at night. Julian, for all his ambition and ruthlessness, felt like a cog, not the machine itself. The sheer complexity of his decade-long fraud, the layered shell corporations, the sophisticated offshore transfers, the precise targeting of dormant trust funds spoke of a level of expertise that felt taught. Julian had an Ivy League MBA, sure, but this wasn't just smarts. It was artistry. It was the work of someone who had been initiated into a deeper, darker world of finance. He kept his suspicions quiet for now, sharing only a vague unease with Sarah. Something about Julian's operation, he'd mused, staring at the now clean whiteboard in their office. It feels too polished for a first-timer, like he was following a blueprint. Sarah, ever practical, had shrugged. Maybe he's just a natural Leo. Some people are born to be greedy. But Leo knew better. Julian's panic during his interrogation, his desperate attempts to shift blame, hadn't felt like the bluster of a criminal mastermind caught off guard. It felt like a scared student trying to avoid disappointing a formidable teacher. His first step was subtle. He requested the Financial Crime Unit's detailed findings on Julian's seized assets, paying particular attention to the earliest transactions, the very first seed money Julian had used to kickstart his hidden empire. He also pulled Julian's university records, his thesis topics, and the names of his early mentors and professors. If Julian had been groomed, the early signs would be there. The financial reports were a labyrinth, even for experienced auditors. Julian's initial personal investments, the few million he'd dismissed as minor, were traced back to a series of highly unconventional, almost untraceable cryptocurrency transactions. These weren't the typical venture capital investments a young MBA would make. They were high-risk, high-reward plays in unregulated markets, requiring specialized knowledge and a tolerance for extreme risk that seemed out of character for Elena Vance's conservative nephew. Leo brought the initial findings to Sarah. "Look at this, Miller. These early crypto investments. They were seeded in a way that suggests a deep understanding of the dark web, anonymous transactions, and global financial loopholes. Not exactly standard MBA curriculum." Sarah's eyebrows rose. Cryptocurrency? That's a whole new rabbit hole. So he wasn't just a rich kid gambling, he was being advised or even supplied by someone with a very specific skill set. Exactly, Leo confirmed. And the timing of these initial investments. They started almost 15 years ago, just after he graduated, before he even joined Elena's foundation. This wasn't a spontaneous act of greed, it was a foundational training. They began to dig into Julian's past, going back further than the embezzlement timeline. His university, an elite business school, had a reputation for churning out top talent, but Julian's academic record, while good, wasn't exceptional enough to explain his mastery of such intricate financial subterfuge. He excelled in corporate finance, not the shadowy world of digital currency and offshore asset stripping. One name kept reappearing in Julian's university records: Dr. Evelyn Reed, a visiting lecturer in obscure financial instruments and emerging markets. Her classes were niche, attracting only a handful of the most ambitious and unconventional students. Julian had been one of them. More importantly, Dr. Reed had left the university abruptly a year after Julian graduated, under a cloud of unspecified ethical concerns that were quickly hushed up. No criminal charges, just a quiet disappearance from academia. "Dr. Evelyn Reed," Leo said, pointing to her faded photo in an old university yearbook. She was a strikingly intelligent woman with sharp features and an intense gaze. Her specialty was unconventional finance, and she vanished right around the time Julian's crypto investments began. Sarah ran a quick search on Evelyn Reed. The results were sparse. A few academic papers, a brief stint at a defunct think tank, then nothing. It was almost as if she had deliberately erased her digital footprint. "She's a ghost, Leo," Sarah reported. "No current address, no social media, no public records beyond these old academic links. It's like she disappeared into thin air." "Or she went underground," Leo countered. "To continue teaching, perhaps. Julian Vance was her star pupil." Their next step was to track down other students from Dr. Reed's specialized classes. It was a painstaking process, requiring old-fashioned detective work, phone calls, and visits to faded addresses. They eventually found one, a former classmate of Julian's named Ben Carter, now a disgruntled mid-level banker struggling with the mundane realities of corporate finance. Ben was initially wary, but the mention of Dr. Evelyn Reed piqued his interest, then his fear. Dr. Reed, he mumbled, his eyes darting around his small, cluttered apartment. She was brilliant and terrifying. Her classes weren't just about finance, they were about how the system really works. The loopholes, the weaknesses, the ways money could disappear and reappear like magic. Did she have a particular philosophy? Leo asked. Ben chuckled humorlessly. Her philosophy was that wealth wasn't created, it was transferred, from the naive to the cunning, and that the truly powerful operated in the shadows beyond the reach of conventional law and ethics. She taught us how to exploit those shadows. And Julian Vance was in those classes, Sarah pressed. Julian was her favorite, Ben said, a hint of envy in his voice. He was always the most ambitious, the most willing to push boundaries. Dr. Reed saw something in him. She took him under her wing even after she left the university. She talked about a network, a way for her most talented students to apply her theories in the real world, beyond the limitations of traditional finance. A network, Leo repeated, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Can you tell us more about this network? Ben grew visibly uncomfortable. No, I got out. It was too dark for me. The risks were too high. But Julian, he embraced it. He was always talking about making real money, shaking up the old guard. He probably got deep into it. Do you know how to contact Dr. Reed or anyone else in this network? Sarah asked. Ben shook his head vehemently. No way. Once you're in, and once you're out, you stay out. I don't want anything to do with it. They're dangerous detectives. They operate everywhere in every major city. They can make people disappear, make problems go away. Despite Ben's fear, he had given them a crucial lead, a name, Evelyn Reed, and the confirmation of a shadowy financial network. This wasn't just Julian's solo act. It was a system, a clandestine organization that specialized in exploiting the wealthy. Leo and Sarah realized they were stepping into something far bigger than Alina Vance's embezzlement. This was organized crime, operating at the highest levels of finance, cloaked in academic theory, and executed by groomed individuals like Julian. They couldn't simply issue warrants. They needed to understand the scope and the structure of this organization. They discreetly reached out to their contacts in federal agencies, particularly those specializing in financial crimes and cybersecurity. The feds were initially skeptical, but the sheer complexity of Julian's offshore accounts and cryptocurrency flows piqued their interest. When Leo mentioned Dr. Evelyn Reed's name and her unusual academic history, a flicker of recognition passed through one of the FBI agents, a seasoned veteran named Agent Rossi, who specialized in high-level fraud. Evelyn Reed, Rossi mused, leaning back in his chair in a nondescript federal building office. That name rings a faint bell. She was part of a theoretical financial group that emerged about a decade ago. We called them the alchemists. They believed in transforming old money into new power through unconventional means. They operated on the fringes, never directly engaging in violence, but capable of immense financial disruption and wealth transfer. We suspected they were grooming talent, but we could never get a solid lead on their actual structure or leadership. They're like smoke. Julian Vance was one of her students, and he's been embezzling hundreds of millions from his aunt for years, using exactly the kind of methods Dr. Reed taught. Leo explained, laying out the connection. He fits the profile of an alchemist operative. Rossi's eyes narrowed. This changes things, a direct link to a confirmed operation. The alchemists are known for targeting old money, particularly those with complex, multi-generational trusts. They find the weaknesses, the complacent gatekeepers, and they slowly bleed the assets dry. They never go for a quick smash and grab. It's always a long game, meticulously planned. Elena Vance was old money, with complex trusts and a complacent gatekeeper in Veronica Hayes, Sarah added, connecting the dots. Julian was just one of their agents, isn't he? Rossi nodded slowly. It would appear so. They don't leave physical evidence, no fingerprints, no direct threats. They manipulate, they corrupt, they exploit existing vulnerabilities, and they are exceptionally good at covering their tracks. If Julian was indeed an alchemist, his operation would have been guided, if not directly controlled, by the network. The FBI agreed to launch a joint task force, but with extreme caution. The alchemists were notoriously elusive, and their reach was believed to extend into some of the most powerful financial and political circles. Any misstep could jeopardize years of intelligence gathering. Leo and Sarah were now part of a federal investigation operating under the radar. Their focus shifted from the localized crime of Julian Vance to uncovering the larger network that had spawned him. They pored over Julian's communication records, his encrypted messages, his travel history. One detail caught Leo's attention: a recurring encrypted email address found in Julian's deleted files. It had no sender name, no subject line, just cryptic strings of numbers and letters, almost like coordinates or code. And it sent Julian regular, almost instructional messages. It was clearly a communication channel, but completely untraceable through conventional means. "This is it, Miller," Leo said, pointing to the string of code. "This is how the alchemists communicate with their operatives. It's a dead drop, a secure messaging system, probably run through a dark web server." Agent Rossi brought in their top cyber forensics team. It took weeks of painstaking work, but they managed to decrypt a small fraction of the messages. They weren't orders, not directly. They were more like subtle directives, strategic advice, market analyses tailored to Julian's specific operations, and veiled warnings when he seemed to deviate. It was guidance, precisely what a protege like Julian would receive from a mentor. And in the very oldest, most deeply buried messages, dating back to Julian's university days, they found the earliest communications, almost like assignments. They included detailed instructions on setting up anonymous crypto wallets, identifying weaknesses in various financial regulations, and even psychological profiles of potential targets, wealthy individuals with complex estates, like Elena Vance. "This network, they don't just steal money, Leo," Sarah observed, reading through the recovered messages. "They identify vulnerabilities in the system itself. They use the very mechanisms designed to protect wealth to siphon it away. It's brilliant in a terrifying way." "And Dr. Evelyn Reed was the one teaching them how," Leo added. "She was the architect of this philosophy." The investigation led them down a rabbit hole of shell corporations, offshore banks, and shadowy investment firms, all linked by a common thread: the alchemists. They were not a hierarchical organization with a single leader, but a decentralized network of highly intelligent individuals, each contributing to the collective goal of wealth redistribution, or rather, wealth asterisk reappropriation from the old guard to their chosen few. They found other operatives, former students of Dr. Reed, operating in different parts of the world, each targeting similar profiles of the ultra-wealthy. Each operation bore the same hallmarks of Julian's: long-term planning, subtle manipulation, and meticulous cover-ups. The more they uncovered, the more Leo realized the true significance of Elena Vance's accidental death. Her murder by her vengeful sister had inadvertently exposed not just Julian's embezzlement, but the existence of this far larger, more insidious network. Lydia Vance, in her quest for personal justice, had unwittingly pulled a thread that threatened to unravel an entire criminal enterprise. As the task force continued its work, quietly building cases against various alchemist operatives, Leo couldn't shake the feeling that Dr. Evelyn Reed was still out there, orchestrating from the shadows. She was the brain, the philosophical architect. Julian Vance was just a foot soldier. They tracked Evelyn Reed's last known movements. She had been seen years ago at a secluded, ultra-exclusive retreat in the Swiss Alps, a place known for attracting wealthy eccentrics, reclusive intellectuals, and those seeking to escape the public eye. It was rumored to be a hub for New Age philosophies and radical economic theories, the perfect place for a financial alchemist to vanish. Leo and Sarah, under the guise of an international police conference, traveled to Switzerland with Agent Rossi. The retreat was nestled high in the snow-capped mountains, a stark, modernist complex blending into the pristine landscape. It was eerily quiet, the air thin and cold. They gained access under the pretext of investigating a high-profile guest who had recently defrauded investors, a plausible cover that allowed them to discreetly inquire about past residents. They found no current trace of Evelyn Reed. The staff, all impeccably discreet, claimed no knowledge of her. But in the retreat's extensive library, among rare books on philosophy and economics, Leo found a small, leather-bound journal. It wasn't a diary, but a collection of philosophical musings, economic theories, and mathematical equations. The handwriting matched samples of Evelyn Reed's old academic papers. And tucked inside the journal as a bookmark was a single pristine tarot card. Not a blank one this time, but the Eight of Pentacles, depicting an artisan diligently working on his craft, meticulously creating coin after coin. It was a card of skill, dedication, and mastery, and it was signed in tiny, almost imperceptible script on the back. ER. Leo felt a chill. This wasn't just a random card, it was a message. Evelyn Reed was still active, still crafting her network of financial alchemists, and she was aware of the symbolism of tarot, just like Isadora Thorne. Could there be a connection between the two? Unlikely, given their vastly different approaches to mysticism, but the use of the card was too specific to ignore. He immediately contacted Isadora Thorne, explaining the new development. She listened patiently, her voice calm as he described Evelyn Reed and the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles, Isadora mused, a card of mastery, of dedication to one's craft. It signifies a skilled artisan perfecting their work. In a financial context, it speaks of meticulous wealth creation, but also potentially of the relentless pursuit of material gain through practiced skill. And Evelyn Reed, a financial theorist, signed it almost as a signature, Leo added. Does that mean anything to you? Isadora paused. It means she sees herself as the ultimate artisan of wealth, perhaps, a creator of a new financial order. It's a statement of her purpose, her identity, and if she left it in a public space, it could be a deliberate clue meant for someone to find, someone who understands her language. Do you think she's connected to Julian Vance's operations or even the murder? Sarah asked. Evelyn Reed operates in the realm of minds and money, not blood from what you describe, Isadora replied. She shapes destiny through financial manipulation, not physical violence. Julian Vance was her pawn, her instrument. Elena's death would have been an inconvenience for her, an unexpected variable that exposed her carefully constructed network. But the card is a statement that she is still in control, still the master artisan. Leo had a thought. Isadora, you spoke of the uncut card as a new beginning, a story yet to be written, and the Eight of Pentacles as a master artisan at work. It feels like a progression. Did you know Evelyn Reed or her work? Isadora chuckled softly. The world of esoteric thought and radical economics often intersects in strange ways. Detective, I've heard of Evelyn Reed, of course. Her theories were discussed in some circles, particularly those interested in dismantling old power structures. But we never met. Our methods and our ethics were very different. I seek truth and balance. She seeks transformation, no matter the cost. Leo pressed on. What if Evelyn Reed orchestrated Julian's scheme, knowing Elena Vance's trusts were vulnerable, and even predicting that Elena's paranoia might lead to her exposing Julian? What if she then somehow knew about Lydia Vance's plans for revenge, and used that as a cover, a convenient smokescreen for her own network's activities? Isadora was silent for a moment. That would be a grand design indeed, to manipulate both the perpetrator and the victim, to use a murder as a diversion, while a much larger financial operation continues unchecked. That speaks of a truly ruthless and Machiavellian mind. It would mean Elena Vance's death was not just a personal tragedy, but a calculated, if indirect, casualty in a much larger game of financial warfare. The conversation with Isadora, though unsettling, solidified Leo's conviction. Evelyn Reed was the true architect of the larger scheme, a financial puppeteer pulling Julian's strings. The murder was a tragic, coincidental distraction that inadvertently exposed Julian and, through him, a glimpse of the alchemists. Back in New York, the task force continued to gather evidence against the alchemists. They were slowly unmasking operatives in various cities, all linked by the same encrypted communication channels and Dr. Reed's distinctive financial philosophy. The FBI confirmed that Evelyn Reed was indeed the elusive leader, or at least the principal theoretician, of this decentralized network. They learned she operated under several aliases, moving constantly, leaving only faint traces. The pressure mounted. As the task force closed in on more operatives, the network began to push back, not with violence, but with subtle, insidious acts of disruption. Files mysteriously vanished, crucial servers crashed, and the task force's own encrypted communications were intermittently compromised. It was a digital war fought by an unseen enemy. One morning, Leo found a small, pristine white envelope slipped under his office door. It contained no return address, no postmark. Inside was a single, intricately drawn tarot card. It was the magician, depicting a figure with one hand raised to the heavens, the other pointing to the earth, surrounded by the tools of creation. At the bottom, in the same tiny, almost imperceptible script as the Eight of Pentacles, was a single letter, E. Leo felt a cold shiver. Evelyn Reed, the magician, a master of manifestation, of using tools and willpower to shape reality. It was a direct, personal challenge. She knew they were closing in, and she was taunting him. He showed it to Sarah and Agent Rossi. Rossi's face was grim. "This is a direct message, detective. She's telling us she controls the elements, that she's the master manipulator. She's playing a game, and she just raised the stakes." "But why send it to me?" Leo wondered aloud. "Why not the FBI or a general threat?" "Because you found her, Leo," Sarah replied, her voice low. "You saw past the murder and the embezzlement. You saw the layers. She respects that, and she wants you to know she's still ahead." The magician, a card of skill, influence, and the power to bend reality to one's will. Evelyn Reed wasn't just a financial criminal. She was a philosopher, an artist of deception who saw her work as a grand, intellectual game. The task force intensified its efforts. They focused on tracing the source of the encrypted messages, believing that if they could pinpoint Evelyn Reed's current digital footprint, they could find her physical location. It was a race against a brilliant, unseen opponent. Weeks blurred into a relentless pursuit. They tracked down a series of burner phones and untraceable IP addresses, triangulating their potential origin to a cluster of secure server farms in a remote, mountainous region bordering several small European nations. It was a digital fortress, almost impossible to breach. But Evelyn Reed, for all her cunning, had one fatal flaw: her intellect. She couldn't resist leaving subtle philosophical breadcrumbs encoded in her communications, in her choice of tarot cards. She was too proud of her artistry. One of the cyberforensics experts, a young prodigy named Maya, discovered a pattern in Evelyn Reed's encrypted messages, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in her coding signature, a tiny deviation that occurred only when she was physically manipulating a specific, rare type of quantum computing hardware. This hardware was known to exist only in a handful of privately owned, highly secure data centers. They cross-referenced these data centers with Evelyn Reed's known travel patterns and her philosophical affiliations. One location stood out: a heavily fortified, privately owned quantum computing facility in a remote valley in the Swiss Alps, not far from the retreat where Leo had found the Eight of Pentacles. It was owned by a reclusive tech billionaire known for his radical libertarian views and his fascination with alternative economic systems. A perfect hideout. The task force prepared for a raid. It would be a high-stakes operation, requiring international cooperation and tactical precision. Evelyn Reed was not known for violence, but her network was vast and her resources immense. As they flew towards the Swiss Alps, the snow-capped peaks rising majestically outside the window, Leo clutched the magician card in his hand. He understood Evelyn Reed's message now. She saw herself as the master of illusion, controlling the elements of finance and deception. But every magician had a weakness, a tell, and Leo was determined to find hers. The operation was planned for dawn. They would storm the quantum computing facility, hoping to catch Evelyn Reed off guard in the act of orchestrating her vast financial network. It was a dangerous mission, the culmination of months of painstaking work. But as their helicopter approached the remote valley, a chilling message crackled over their comms. A secure data stream originating from the target facility had just been wiped clean. all traces of Evelyn Reed's network, all active communications, all data files gone. Agent Rossi swore under his breath. She knew, she always knows, she's a step ahead. Leo looked out at the pristine, snow-covered landscape. The quantum computing facility, nestled in the valley, looked deceptively peaceful, but it was empty. Evelyn Reed, the magician, had performed her final trick. She had vanished. Again. They landed, sweeping the facility. It was pristine, silent, not a single trace of Evelyn Reed. No magician, no magician's tools. She had foreseen their arrival, anticipated their moves, and dissolved back into the shadows, taking her network with her. The alchemists were gone for now. Back in New York, the task force was disbanded, largely empty-handed. They had caught Julian Vance and several other operatives, but the architect, Evelyn Reed, remained at large, a phantom in the financial underworld. Leo and Sarah returned to their usual beat, a new sense of quiet frustration settling over them. They had solved the murder, exposed the embezzlement, and even unmasked a shadowy financial network. But the biggest fish had slipped through their net. One afternoon, a package arrived at the precinct, addressed specifically to Detective Leo Maxwell. It was a small, plain cardboard box, again with no return address. Inside, nestled in shredded paper, was a small, ornate wooden box, and within the wooden box, resting on a bed of velvet, was a single, uncut tarot card, exactly like the one found at Elena Vance's apartment, blank, untouched. But this time, it came with a note, handwritten in elegant, precise script. Detective Maxwell, the note read, the game continues. The uncut card always represents potential, a story yet to be written, and mine is far from over, your move. It was signed, simply, Evelyn. Leo stared at the blank card, then at the elegant Evelyn. She was taunting him, challenging him. She saw the world as a game, and he was her chosen opponent. The story of Evelyn Reed, the financial magician, was indeed far from over, and Leo Maxwell, with his annoying persistence and unshakable gut, knew this was just the beginning of a much longer, much more personal hunt. The uncut card sat on Leo's desk, a stark rectangle of blank potential, a silent taunt. The elegant, precise script of Evelyn Reed's note, the game continues. The uncut card always represents potential, a story yet to be written, and mine is far from over, your move, was burned into his memory. Evelyn wasn't just a financial criminal, she was a chess master, moving pieces across a global board, and she had just declared him her new opponent. Your move, huh? Leo murmured, running a thumb over the smooth, unblemished surface of the card. He felt a prickle of adrenaline, a deep-seated challenge to his own intellect. He had solved the murder, exposed the embezzlement, but Evelyn Reed, the true architect of the financial deception, remained a ghost, and now she was actively engaging him. Sarah entered the office, a stack of new case files in her arms. She glanced at the card, then at Leo's intense expression. Another blank card, Leo, still playing mind games. She's telling me the game isn't over, Miller, Leo said, his voice low. She wants me to chase her. She wants me to understand her artistry. Sarah sighed, dropping the files with a thud. Well, our regular caseload isn't going anywhere. We've got a series of high-end burglaries in Midtown and a mysterious disappearance out in Queens. Real, tangible crimes, Leo, not philosophical chess matches with ghost criminals. But this isn't just about Evelyn Reed anymore, is it? Leo countered, looking out the window at the bustling city. It's about what she represents. The alchemists. They're still out there, targeting others, bleeding them dry, just like Julian Vance did to Elena. He knew Sarah was right to focus on their current duties, but his mind kept circling back to Evelyn. He discreetly reached out to Agent Rossi. The FBI agent's voice on the phone was weary. Maxwell, we appreciate your persistence, but Evelyn Reed is a phantom. We've had eyes and ears on every major financial hub, every dark web forum we know she frequented. She's vanished into the ether. We have enough to dismantle Julian's network, but the architect, she's too clever. She just sent me a direct message, Agent Rossi, Leo stated, explaining the uncut card and the note. There was a long silence on Rossi's end. A personal taunt, that's new. She's never engaged directly with law enforcement like this. It means you got under her skin, Maxwell, or more likely, she's setting a trap. I think she sees it as a challenge, an intellectual duel, Leo mused. She's proud of her work. She wants me to witness her genius. Rossi gave a short, humorless laugh. Don't flatter her, Maxwell, and don't get played. These types, they thrive on ego. She wants you chasing your tail while she moves on to her next target. Don't go rogue. Stick to procedure. If anything tangible pops up, we'll be there. Leo thanked Rossi, but he knew he couldn't simply stick to procedure. Evelyn Reed wasn't a conventional criminal. He needed a different approach. He decided to revisit Isadora Thorne. If anyone understood the language of these mystical symbols, it was she. Isadora's studio was a haven of calm amidst Leo's growing internal storm. The scent of sage and sandalwood, the riot of colors, instantly soothed something frayed within him. He showed her the new uncut card and Evelyn's note. Isadora held the card, her blue eyes thoughtful. A blank canvas, a new beginning. She's inviting you to participate in her story, detective. Or perhaps she's inviting you to write your own. She signed it Evelyn, Leo pointed out, not ER like the Eight of Pentacles. A more personal touch, Isadora agreed. She acknowledges you. She sees you as worthy of her direct attention. The magician, remember, uses all available tools to shape reality. That includes the minds of her opponents. But what is her reality? Leo asked. What is she trying to achieve beyond simply stealing money? Isadora looked at him, her gaze piercing. Evelyn Reed, from what you've told me, believes in a new kind of alchemy, not turning lead into gold, but old money into new power. She sees the wealthy, the old guard, as stagnant, undeserving. She believes she is a force of transformation, taking resources from those who merely hoard and redistributing them, perhaps not to the poor, but to those she deems worthy of wielding new influence. And by worthy, she means her network, her alchemists, Sarah interjected, skepticism clear in her voice. Precisely, Isadora nodded. A twisted idealism, perhaps, but idealism nonetheless. She believes she is writing a new destiny for the world's wealth, one blank card at a time. Leo picked up the uncut card. So this isn't just a taunt, it's a philosophical statement and a challenge. She wants me to find her, but on her terms. And what are her terms? Sarah asked. Isadora smiled faintly. That you understand her game, that you play it by her rules, even as you try to dismantle it. She wants to be seen, truly seen, for her brilliance. And perhaps she wants to be caught by someone who appreciates her craft, not just her criminality. As they left Isadora's, Leo felt a new understanding settle over him. Evelyn Reed wasn't hiding, she was playing. He had to learn her game, understand her next move. He had to think like an alchemist. Back at the precinct, the relentless grind of everyday police work resumed. But for Leo, every case was now filtered through the lens of Evelyn Reed. He reviewed the high-end burglaries Sarah had mentioned. They seemed like standard professional jobs, no unusual clues, no tarot cards, just expensive jewelry and art gone missing. Then, the disappearance. A tech entrepreneur, Marcus Chen, vanished from his luxury penthouse. No ransom note, no body, just an empty apartment and a gaping hole in his company's finances. Marcus Chen, Leo said, reviewing the file. Mid-40s, self-made billionaire, known for aggressive takeovers and cutting-edge biotech investments. Single, no immediate family. His company's stock took a nosedive the day after he disappeared, Sarah added. Major investors pulling out, rumors of embezzlement, corporate espionage. It's a mess. Leo felt a prickle of recognition. Embezzlement, corporate espionage, that sounds like a financial disruption. A subtle bleeding, not a violent one, just like Julian Vance's operation. They secured a warrant to access Marcus Chen's financial records. The pattern was eerily familiar: complex offshore accounts, intricate cryptocurrency transactions, and a slow, systematic diversion of funds from his private trusts into a web of shell corporations. The amounts were staggering, far exceeding Julian Vance's embezzlement. "It's the alchemists, Miller," Leo whispered, his gaze fixed on the glowing screen. "They're at it again. This is Evelyn's next game." Sarah, seeing the undeniable parallels, nodded grimly. No violence, just financial ruin and personal disappearance. Marcus Chen wasn't murdered. He was wiped clean, financially and personally. The ultimate loss of control, just like Elena Vance. They shared their findings with Agent Rossi. He was skeptical but intrigued. No body, Maxwell, no direct link to the alchemists yet beyond the pattern. It's still circumstantial, but the financial methods, they are consistent. "We need to find Marcus Chen," Leo insisted. "He's not dead, he's been displaced. The alchemists don't kill, they erase, they move their targets off the board." They began to reconstruct Marcus Chen's last known movements. He was a creature of habit, frequenting exclusive clubs, private dining establishments, and high-stakes poker games. One of his favorite haunts was a clandestine, members-only poker club hidden above a nondescript storefront in the Lower East Side. It was known for its discretion and its high-roller clientele. Leo and Sarah visited the club. It was dimly lit, reeking of stale cigar smoke and desperation. The manager, a burly man with a diamond stud in his ear, claimed no knowledge of Chen's disappearance. "Mr. Chen hasn't been here in weeks. Always paid his markers, though, good for the house." But Leo noticed a small, almost imperceptible detail. On a shelf behind the bar, among dusty bottles and faded memorabilia, sat a small, intricately carved wooden box. It looked strikingly similar to the one Evelyn Reed had used to send him the uncut card. "That box," Leo said, pointing to it. "Where did you get that?" The manager shrugged. "Someone left it behind a while back. A regular, one of Mr. Chen's poker buddies. He never came back for it." Leo felt a jolt. This wasn't just a coincidence. He politely insisted on examining the box. Inside, on a bed of velvet, was a single tarot card. It was the hermit, a cloaked figure holding a lantern, alone in the wilderness. It wasn't a blank card, but it carried a message. And on the back, in that same tiny, precise script, E. The hermit, Leo whispered. Isolation, retreat. Marcus Chen wasn't just disappeared, he was driven into hiding. He showed the card to Sarah. She's telling us what happened to him, Miller. She drove him into seclusion, just as she stripped him of his wealth. Agent Rossi, when presented with the hermit card, was no longer skeptical. This is Evelyn Reed's signature, all right. She's leaving breadcrumbs for you, Maxwell, playing her game. He finally authorized a full-scale federal investigation into the disappearance of Marcus Chen and the re-emergence of the alchemists. The Joint Task Force, now fully assembled, began to follow the financial breadcrumbs Evelyn had so carefully laid. They traced the diverted funds, hundreds of millions, through a dizzying array of offshore accounts, shell companies, and cryptocurrency wallets. The trail eventually led them to a series of high-end real estate purchases in remote, off-the-grid locations across South America and Southeast Asia. These weren't luxury estates. They were self-sustaining compounds designed for long-term survival with advanced communication systems and independent power sources. She's not just embezzling, Leo, Sarah observed, poring over the property deeds. She's building a new kind of world, a network of safe havens for her alchemists, perhaps. Or for her targets, Leo countered. If she doesn't kill them, she has to put them somewhere. Somewhere they can't interfere, can't tell their stories. They suspected Marcus Chen was likely sequestered in one of these remote compounds, stripped of his wealth and his identity, effectively erased. But finding him in these vast, untamed regions would be a monumental task. Their focus returned to identifying more alchemist operatives. Julian Vance, now incarcerated, became their primary source of intelligence. Confronted with the depth of Evelyn Reed's network and the ruthless tactics she employed, Julian finally broke. He was terrified, not of the law, but of Evelyn Reed. She's everywhere, Julian whimpered in the sterile prison interview room. She knows everything. She'll find me even in here. Tell us about her, Leo demanded, his voice firm. Tell us about the alchemists, how they operate, who else is involved. Julian, desperate for any shred of protection, began to talk. He spoke of Dr. Evelyn Reed as a charismatic, almost cult-like figure. She preached a doctrine of financial evolution, a necessary cleansing of stagnant wealth. Her network consisted of brilliant, ambitious individuals, mostly her former students, but also disillusioned financiers and tech geniuses, all drawn to her vision of a new economic order. She chose us, Leo, Julian confessed, tears streaming down his face. She saw our potential, our ambition. She offered us a path to true power beyond the stifling rules of the old system. She taught us how to exploit the weaknesses, how to transform the obsolete. She was a genius. And Marcus Chen, Sarah asked, where would she put someone like him? Julian shuddered. She has a facility, a correctional retreat, for those who resist, or those who are too valuable to simply disappear. She strips them of their wealth, then remakes them, recruits them sometimes, or just holds them. Where is this retreat? Leo pressed. Julian shook his head frantically. I don't know, I swear. It's highly compartmentalized. Only a few top operatives know. She communicates through dead drops, encrypted servers. She moves constantly. She's a ghost. He did, however, provide names. A handful of other former students, now high-flying executives in various tech and finance companies, all secretly working for the alchemists. And he provided the name of Evelyn Reed's primary lieutenant, a former quantum physicist named Dr. Aris Thorne. Leo felt a jolt. Aris Thorne, Dr. Aris Thorne, the medical examiner. Julian looked up, surprised. You know him? Yes, that's him, Dr. Thorne. He was one of Evelyn's first and most trusted disciples. Brilliant, utterly ruthless. He handled the more sensitive operations, the human element. Leo and Sarah exchanged a horrified look. Dr. Aris Thorne, the man who had initially ruled Elena Vance's death an accidental overdose, the man who had later re-evaluated his findings at Leo's insistence and confirmed homicide. The same Dr. Thorne who had provided the crucial detail about the midazolam. He had been right under their noses the whole time. He was feeding us information, Leo, Sarah whispered, her face pale. He was controlling the narrative, subtly guiding us, making sure we didn't dig too deep, too fast, until it was too late for Evelyn. Leo's mind reeled. The casual conversations with Dr. Thorne, the seemingly objective medical assessments. It was all a carefully orchestrated performance. Aris Thorne wasn't just a medical examiner. He was an alchemist embedded deep within the system, using his position to monitor and manipulate events. He was the hidden hand, Miller, Leo said, his voice grim. The one whispering in our ears, making sure we only saw what Evelyn wanted us to see. They immediately confronted Dr. Aris Thorne. He was in his lab, meticulously examining tissue samples, his usual calm demeanor radiating professionalism. Dr. Thorne, Leo began, his voice devoid of his usual conversational tone. We have some questions for you regarding your involvement with Dr. Evelyn Reed and the Alchemists Network. Aris Thorne didn't flinch. He slowly placed his implements down, removed his gloves, and turned to face them. His eyes, usually kind behind his spectacles, were now cold, analytical, devoid of any warmth. I presume Julian Vance has been singing like a canary, Thorne said, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. Such a disappointment. I always told Evelyn he lacked the true courage of conviction. You were Evelyn Reed's lieutenant, Sarah stated, her hands clenching into fists. You manipulated the Elena Vance case, guiding us, making sure the real truth about the alchemists remained hidden. I merely facilitated the natural progression of events, detectives, Thorne replied, his voice calm, measured. Elena Vance was a dying vestige of old wealth. Her assets were ripe for transformation. Julian was a clumsy but effective instrument. His embezzlement scheme served Evelyn's purpose of demonstrating the vulnerability of the old system, and her death, while an unforeseen variable, provided excellent cover for the larger operation. You knew about the midazolam, didn't you? Leo accused. You knew it wasn't an accidental overdose. You let us chase the wrong lead, allowed us to believe it was just a murder, while the real game was playing out. I confirmed the presence of midazolam, Detective Maxwell, at your insistence, Thorne countered, his gaze unwavering. I merely allowed you to follow the most obvious thread, the personal vendetta. It was a fascinating study in human nature, watching you unravel the melodrama of a family feud, while the grander narrative of financial evolution unfolded beneath your very noses. "Where is Marcus Chen?" Sarah demanded. "And where is Evelyn Reed?" Thorne chuckled softly. "Marcus Chen is in transition. Evelyn is simply wherever she needs to be, observing, orchestrating. You see, detectives, you are merely reacting to events. Evelyn creates them." They arrested Aris Thorne on the spot. He offered no resistance, accepting his fate with the same detached calm he exhibited in everything he did. It was clear he saw his capture not as a failure, but as another predictable step in a larger intellectual game. Thorne's arrest sent shockwaves through the city. A respected medical examiner exposed as an operative for a shadowy financial network. The media frenzy was unprecedented, but Thorne, even in custody, remained loyal to Evelyn, refusing to divulge any further information about her location or the full scope of the alchemist's operations. However, Thorne's arrest, combined with Julian Vance's ongoing cooperation, provided the task force with crucial new intelligence. They uncovered secure communication logs between Thorne and Evelyn, detailing not just Julian's operations, but other ongoing alchemist projects targeting wealthy individuals and corporations across the globe. The scale of the alchemists' network was far grander than they had initially imagined. It wasn't just about embezzlement. It was about destabilizing entire market sectors, manipulating global financial flows, and creating new centers of power through carefully orchestrated wealth transfers. Leo felt a growing sense of urgency. Evelyn Reed was still out there, pulling strings, and with Thorne's capture, she would be even more dangerous, even more elusive. He knew she would be watching, observing their every move, adjusting her strategies. He remembered Evelyn's note, "Your move," and Thorne's last words, "Evelyn creates them." She wasn't just reacting, she was proactive, she was building, and she was daring him to stop her. The task force, now armed with more concrete intelligence, began to close in on other alchemist operatives identified by Julian and Thorne's communications. Several arrests were made in different countries, disrupting various ongoing financial schemes. But Evelyn Reed remained untouchable, dissolving into the digital ether whenever they got too close. One night, exhausted and frustrated, Leo sat at his desk, staring at the uncut card. He was playing Evelyn's game just as she wanted. He was reacting, chasing her breadcrumbs, while she continued to operate from the shadows. He needed to turn the tables. He needed to predict her next move, not just react to her last. He needed to think like Evelyn Reed. He called Isadora Thorne again. "Isadora, if Evelyn Reed is the magician, what is her ultimate goal? What is the final trick?" Isadora's voice was thoughtful. The magician, detective, masters the four elements: earth, air, fire, water. She uses them to bring her will into manifestation. Her ultimate goal is to create her own reality, to reshape the world to her vision. She doesn't just transform wealth, she transforms the very structures that govern it. And if she's building a new system, what would be her foundation? Leo asked. "Trust," Isadora replied without hesitation. Or rather, the manipulation of trust. She exploits the implicit trust people place in institutions, in systems, in their perceived security. She dismantles that trust, then offers a new one built on her own terms. Leo suddenly remembered something Julian Vance had said under duress. She has a facility, a correctional retreat, for those who resist, or those who are too valuable to simply disappear. She strips them of their wealth, then remakes them, recruits them sometimes, or just holds them. And Marcus Chen, the hermit, was likely sequestered in one of these places, not just erased, but perhaps being remade. Leo had a chilling thought. If Evelyn Reed wasn't just stealing wealth, but recruiting new operatives, new alchemists, from among her victims, people like Marcus Chen, tech billionaires with immense influence and knowledge, then her network was far more insidious than they had realized. She wasn't just taking money, she was capturing minds, building an army of the disillusioned and the reprogrammed. He shared his theory with Agent Rossi and Sarah. She's not just building safe havens, she's building a base of operations, a literal school for new alchemists. She targets wealthy individuals, drains them, then forces them to join her network or holds them captive. Marcus Chen is likely there, being remade. Rossi listened intently, a grim expression on his face. That's a bold theory, Maxwell, but it fits her pattern. She doesn't believe in waste. Every resource, human or financial, must serve her vision. They revisited the remote real estate purchases, the self-sustaining compounds Evelyn had acquired. One location, in a secluded valley in the Patagonian Andes, stood out. It was a massive, heavily fortified complex, disguised as an ecological research facility. Satellite imagery showed unusual energy signatures and advanced communications equipment. It was far more elaborate than the other properties. "This is it," Leo declared. "This is her correctional retreat, her magician's workshop, her school for new alchemists." The task force mounted a daring international operation. A highly trained SWAT team, supported by federal agents, would raid the Patagonian compound. It was a high-risk mission, deep in hostile territory, against a network that was known for its technical prowess and its ability to disappear. As they prepared for the raid, Leo thought of the uncut card, a blank slate, a story yet to be written. He was about to write a new chapter in Evelyn Reed's story, one she hadn't planned. He was going to expose her, dismantle her network, and free her captives. The team descended on the compound at dawn. The air was crisp, the mountains majestic. The facility was heavily guarded, but their element of surprise, combined with detailed intelligence, allowed them to breach the perimeter. Inside, they found a sophisticated operation. High-tech labs, encrypted server farms, luxurious living quarters, and a dozen individuals, all high-profile figures who had recently disappeared from the public eye, including Marcus Chen. They were not prisoners in chains, but rather in a state of profound disorientation, undergoing what appeared to be psychological conditioning and intensive financial re-education. Marcus Chen, gaunt and with vacant eyes, was found in a sterile room, staring at a holographic display of complex financial algorithms. He looked up at Leo, his expression blank, devoid of his former entrepreneurial fire. He was a shell of his former self, a puppet whose strings were held by Evelyn Reed. But Evelyn Reed herself was not there. The command center, a state-of-the-art digital fortress, was empty. Her quantum computing hardware, the source of her encrypted messages, was gone. She had vanished again, like smoke, leaving behind only the remnants of her twisted vision. Agent Rossi, seeing the disoriented victims, shook his head grimly. She was turning them into her, reprogramming them to be her future operatives. This is far more insidious than we ever imagined, Maxwell. They secured the compound, freed the victims, and began the long process of deprogramming and recovery. The raid was a success, leading to the dismantling of a major alchemist training facility and the rescue of numerous high-value targets. But the magician, Evelyn Reed, remained at large. Back in New York, the rescued victims slowly began to recover, recounting their harrowing experiences of psychological manipulation and forced re-education. Marcus Chen, after weeks of therapy, began to regain some of his former self, his memories of Evelyn Reed painting a terrifying picture of her charismatic power and ruthless intellect. The Alchemist Network, though severely crippled by the Patagonian raid and the ongoing arrests, was not completely destroyed. Small cells still operated, scattered across the globe, their activities now more fragmented, more cautious. But Evelyn Reed, the philosophical architect, was still out there, weaving new designs, searching for new blank slates. Leo knew it. He felt it in his gut, in the lingering presence of the uncut card on his desk. He had struck a blow, a significant one, but the game wasn't over. Evelyn had simply moved to a new board in a new dimension. Months passed. Julian Vance and Aris Thorne were convicted, serving lengthy sentences. The rescued victims slowly re-entered society, their fortunes largely reclaimed, but forever changed by their ordeal. The Alchemist Network faded back into the shadows, a specter of financial manipulation that the federal agencies vowed to keep hunting. One quiet afternoon, Leo received another package. This one was delivered by hand by a young man who vanished before Leo could question him. Inside was a small, unassuming wooden box, and within it, a single, perfectly crafted tarot card. It was the World, the final card of the major arcana, depicting a dancing figure surrounded by a wreath, signifying completion, fulfillment, and ultimate triumph. And on the back, in that same elegant script, was a message. Not a challenge this time, but a farewell. Detective Maxwell, the note read, "The cycle is complete. The blank slate is filled. My story for now is told. Find peace in the truths you have uncovered, for there are always new mysteries waiting to be born. Farewell." It was signed simply Evelyn. Leo stared at the world card. Completion, fulfillment. Had she truly given up? Had she chosen to retire from her game, having made her final grand statement? Or was this just another illusion, another masterful trick to make him believe the game was over, when in reality she was simply preparing for a new one in a new, even deeper shadow? He looked at Sarah, who was reading over his shoulder, a contemplative expression on her face. "The world card, Leo. It means the cycle is complete. Maybe she's done, maybe she won." Leo picked up the card, feeling its smooth, heavy texture. The magician, he remembered, created her own reality, and the world in her hands meant ultimate triumph. But for Leo, the relentless detective, the game was never truly over until the architect was apprehended. He had disrupted her plans, rescued her victims, but he hadn't caught her. He placed the world card next to the uncut card on his desk, the blank potential and the declared completion. He knew, with an unshakable certainty, that Evelyn Reed was still out there, orchestrating from the shadows.